Only the European is badass enough to enslave people. Everybody else in history was sissies. They don't want to show you what you were like when you were warlike. You use the term warriors, but then when we start talking warrior language, you want to go back to, no, we were just waving ankhs. We were just doing Kemetic yoga on the beach. For the mere fact that you are waiting for reparations tells you what the white man did to you. He made you a bitch and a pussy. That you would wait for reparations. You gotta look that white man in his face, and when he brings up slavery, you ask him, you mean when my people own yours, or when your people own mine? Let's get the facts straight. Because I want to know what period of slavery you're talking about. Because we did own your butts. We owned you and we worked you deeply. You always say we are at war. Motherfucker, it wasn't war when they declared war on your ass in Africa. When they started snatching us out the villages, you don't think that they were declaring war on our culture? War on our very physical being? That was war. We were prisoners of war. We are the descendants of prisoners of war. It's hard for you to figure that out. You always tell people we're the descendants of slaves. Why do you never say we're the descendants of prisoners of war? You ever notice that? You don't even have enough respect for your ancestors to call them prisoners of war. We were slaves. We the descendants of slaves. No. All right, Hotep family, y'all can hear me. It's your brother Shakka Ahmose. I'm just making a guest appearance on sa.neter TV. Just came to chill with my brother. My brother came to chill with me. He's up in the castle, so he's here at the residence. And I just basically, this is me. Just, we had a discussion the other day at Brother Jabari's house. And at his temple, and it was a wonderful discussion. And at the end of the discussion, I brought up the subject of ancient Egypt enslaving white people, enslaving Europeans, and basically the response that I got from both of my brothers was pretty much the response that I'm used to from people when I feel that they're not in the know. It's kind of like what Dr. John Henry Clark used to say, the more you speak, the more you tell me what you have not read. And so basically, when we're speaking as historians, we're speaking, of course, the historical record as we've come across it. And that's what we speak from. And of course, primary evidence and things of that nature as well, and other things, archaeology, anthropology, but it's still the record, historical record. All of those things make up the historical record. So basically, we had the discussion, and the discussion that I got was, well, I'll let you hear for yourself. So that way, one thing I don't, and this is just because at the day after the discussion, Brother Garfield posted on Facebook about the discussion. He brought up the subject matter I raised, and he raised it for a topic of discussion and debate, which is perfectly fine. There's nothing wrong with that. So I figured, well, if he can do it, then I should be able to do it. You understand what I'm saying? So this is me just revisiting that discussion and that conversation, and I have both Brother Jabari and Brother Garfield here with me on video, so that I don't want to be, the only reason I'm doing this is I don't want to be accused of putting words in people's mouth and people saying, oh, well, I didn't say that, or that was taken out of context and this is taken out of context, because we all tend to do that. And this is not an attack on Brother Jabari. This is not an attack on Brother Garfield. 'Cause like I said, they're both, friendly. I like that, friendly fire. A little bit of friendly fire, that's all it is. And because I genuinely love and respect them both. So, and they always welcome to my home. And now, hopefully, I know the same is true in the other direction. So, it's impossible for black people to have just good builds of conversation without turning into World War IV. But in any event, that's what this is. This is revisiting the conversation and me just presenting my perspective. That's it. What I consider to be my informed perspective. So, with that said, we're going to go to the video, and then we're going to listen to what's said by both Brother Jabari and by both Brother Garfield, because I brought up the subject of ancient Egypt enslaving white people. I said that we don't discuss it enough, and that black people act like we are ashamed, particularly the so-called scholars are ashamed to bring it up. And that's not talking about Jabari and Garfield as far as calling them so-called scholars, but I'm saying in general, a lot of black so-called scholars, or really it's for whoever the shoe fits, let them wear it. Okay, and that, because I didn't, you know me, I don't exclude anybody from anything, so including myself. Okay, so with that said, we're gonna go to the video. We're gonna let Brother Jabari and Brother Garfield speak for themselves, so you can know what their perspective is on slavery in Egypt. Now, before I play it, let me tell you what my number one complaint is about this subject matter. My number one complaint about this particular subject matter is that anytime you bring up slavery in ancient Egypt, I'm not talking about all of Africa. That's another discussion. I'm talking about specifically in ancient Egypt. Whenever you bring up the subject of slavery in ancient Egypt, the first thing that people who are, I guess, Kemetic apologists, the first thing they do is they want to try to contextualize it for you. They want to say, well, it's not slavery we're talking about. We're talking about servitude. They always try to superimpose that word servitude, no matter who it is that you're talking to. If they don't have this knowledge of slavery in ancient Egypt, they automatically jump to the servitude word, right? So what servitude does is it makes it something not as bad as slavery, not as vicious as slavery, not as dehumanizing as slavery. And I think that we do ourselves a disservice when we do that. We do. Because you have to remember, slavery is not just an institution in and of itself. Slavery is a byproduct of something else. Slavery is a byproduct of conquering. Do you understand what I'm saying to you, sa.neter? Do you understand? So when you run away from that appellation of slavery as if to say, no, we did not enslave Europeans, we did not enslave Asians, we did not enslave or even other people. When you take that position, when you run away, when we run away from that appellation of slavery, what we are inadvertently doing is we are telling people we have never been conquerors, that we have been incapable of conquering other people. Why? Because that's the only way you can explain that slavery happened to us. We were conquered. And it's like there's something wrong with us, like we're afraid or ashamed to admit that. You can't fix a situation until you admit the situation. We were conquered. That's why they were able to enslave us. The enslavement was a byproduct of the conquering. And they conquered us. Forget how they conquered us. Bottom line is we were conquered. Am I right, sa.neter?
Yes, sir.
Because if we weren't conquered, we would have never ended up on those slave ships. And you can't say, oh, some of our people were complicit, and that's the real reason. We weren't conquered. We did it to each other. My thing is that if somebody else can get you to do it, they still conquered you. Being conquered is being conquered. And so when I talk about we enslaved people in ancient Egypt, black Africans enslaved Europeans.
Oh, man.
Now, when I say that, the inference is that we conquered them. We conquered them. So you can't see, it's a psychological dichotomy that we suffer from. We want to say in one breath, we were once kings. Motherfucker, you become a king by conquering. Kings conquer. That's what kings do. But we've been so divorced from this king and queen shit that when you speak in king language, we don't even understand it. You understand what I'm saying? That woman, I'm gonna say that bitch in us been developed so much to the point that we can't let our balls hang, our African balls hang and said, yeah, we enslaved your asses. Okay, you got us later down the line, no problem, it's a war, it's a fight, but we got you first. Okay? We got you first, and we developed an economy on it, and we developed great wealth from it. Yes, we did. Now, the only people saying no are people caught up in their emotions and their feelings, and people who don't understand the consequences of saying no, we didn't. See, when you say that as African people, as the ancient Egyptians that we did not enslave Europeans? What you are doing when you say that is you are resurrecting 19th century racist German scholarship. That's what you're doing. Yes, because it's from 19th century Hellenophilia, which most of you probably don't know what that is. It's a love for Greece. You see, in the 19th century, Germany was suffering from a major love for Greece. And so in that major love for Greece, they did everything in their power to bring Egypt down as far as its ancient reputation. And I'm going to show you in the documentation. I'm not just, you know me, I don't, I strictly by the documents. Now, if you want to, remember, your beef is not with me if you disagree with me, it's with the documents. Because everybody always want to lump everything on Shakka Ahmose. And you know I only deal with documents and sources. No problem. And you're more than welcome to refute, characterize, whatever you want to do. So now, we're going to go straight to the video. Like I said, anytime you bring up the subject matter of slavery in ancient Egypt, you get this mantra, and it's always the same mantra. They want to shove the word slavery out and have this big shining word in front of you called servitude. Now, we all know servitude and slavery are not the same thing. So, no, I have to reject your deposit. I have to reject Jabari's deposit, and I have to reject Garfield's deposit. I respectfully reject them, their deposits, because what I maintain is that it was slavery, not servitude. And we all know, as the most recent victims of slavery, even up to this very day, we all know that we know what comes along with slavery. We know the horrors that come along, the trauma that comes along with slavery. And so what I'm telling you is that what ancient Egypt practiced in ancient Egypt at particular points in this period was slavery. By any other word, slavery, in fact, not by any other word. You have to use the term slavery because that's what the documentation uses. That's what the historical record uses. Okay? So we're going to take a look. Okay, and mind you, what we're looking at first, we're going to listen. Here we go. Let's take a look. Let's let Jabari and Garfield speak for themselves as far as them negating my assertion that ancient Egypt did in fact enslave Europeans. Okay, in their civilization. Here we go. So, is this fine?
Yes.
Do I have this? All right. Here you go.
So what I think we have to do is I think that I would take this angle from a different perspective. And perhaps Shakka might actually be talking about me in the way that I teach this. But I'll tell you the way that I do this is I have looked at enslavement, or what people like to call enslavement, in antiquity and around the world. And I think that what happened for the most part, what the Tamhu did in the United States and in the quote-unquote New World, and in other parts of the world, not just in the New World, during mostly the 14th, 15th, and 16th centuries, actually really the 14th all the way up to the 19th century, in many ways it tended to be different than most other forms than enslavement. So I try my best not to put the servitude that any culture put any other people in the same light as what they did. First of all, we see that enslavement amongst the European is a global slave trade. That's a lot different than what we see among regional or even national skirmishes. The other thing that I think that we have to recognize is, for the most part, in what some people call enslavement in Kemet and other places, generally speaking, it did not include the offspring of those children, of those people. And so that's another functional difference. And the other thing that usually did not happen is they did not seek to destroy the literal lineage and call these people less than human. That's also not something we see in ancient Kemet. So I make a distinction. And that distinction, I think, is an important one, because I think I'm going to challenge Shakka on this a little bit. If you try to say that what happened in Kemet is the same as what happened here, then what's going to happen is people are going to simply say, well, everybody does it. And the reality is that we have still not held the Tamhu for account to account to what they did to us. We haven't received reparations. We have not absolutely punished them for what they did. And I think that if we're going to talk about what they did, there still needs to be someone still needs to be held account for it. So I think that that's a challenging argument that I wouldn't make the argument you're making. I'm not saying that before people were held in servitude, that long before people were held in servitude, the African held others in servitude. That's a fact. That's a fact that I think is borne out by the statistics, by the historiography of it, and I think that the Tom who that becomes aware of that argument is actually embarrassed. If you actually look at what... All
right, so we heard from Garfield. I mean, we heard from Brother Jabari, okay, about his perspective that it wasn't slavery, it was servitude. In fact, he said servitude 4 times. 4 times. That's what I'm telling you. So he said it wasn't slavery. He said he challenged me on the argument. He wouldn't make the argument that I make. And I let my brother speak for itself. And don't worry, because I also wrote it down. I had the transcript. I hold people accountable to the words that they say. I don't add and I don't take away. Okay? Because I think that's unfair. So we're going to jump to Garfield now so we can see his perspective. Right? Here we go. Hold on.
That's important.
All right,
give me the
no, because y'all, all 3 of y'all long went.
We're gonna have to come back for this one. I'm gonna say this because when you say slavery, you see a lot of people like to romanticize, like Kemet never did anything wrong. And slavery itself, as we define it today, I don't think Egypt was doing that per se. I don't think Egypt was
I love when I get 2 against 1. You know that.
Yeah.
He's taking the middle ground though.
What I'm gonna say is that Egypt conquered a lot. I mean, I have a lot of documents of Egypt doing stuff in what's...
All right, so that's basically he said that when it comes to slavery, Egypt was not doing that per se. So that's Garfield speaking for his own self. That's not me. Get the Kemet back over here. That's not Shakka, and I got that written down. That's Brother Jabari, and that's Shakka. Now, what we're going to do is, for most of you who've been following me, you know I have a university online. It's called ShakkaAhmoseUniversity.com. I say it again, ShakkaAhmoseUniversity.com. Don't worry, sa.neter is going to have the link underneath the video so you can go and take the class so you won't be making errors and mistakes that other people make, okay? Now, here's the thing. So we done with that, right? So everything that was said, I wrote down by Jabari and by Garfield. That's just the way I do when it comes to dealing with adversaries, historical adversaries. I mean, when it comes to dealing with historical rivals, or should I say historian rivals, rival historians. That's the word. That's the term. So rivals. So because there is a measure of rivalry between us, and that's part of the fun. That's why we do this. For us, it's almost like a sport. You know, who can I outthink? Who can I outpresent? And there's no shame in that. I mean, it doesn't lessen our respect and our love for each other. So we're going to bring it back to the discourse. So now, here it is. Now, when somebody's saying something, it's a hell of a lot different when you're reading it. Okay. Now let's look at this. Let's get the cam over here right now on the screen. Pull in. Right now, Jabari said exactly, and I'm reading. I have looked at enslavement, or what people like to call enslavement. So the first inference is that he said it's something other than what people call it. That's what he says. He says I have looked at enslavement, or what people like to call enslavement, in antiquity, okay, and around the world. And I think that what happened for the most part, what the Tamu means white. Okay, so it means white people. So what the Tamu, or what the white people did in the United States and the New World and other parts of the world during mostly the 14th, 15th, and 16th centuries, well, actually really from the 14th all the way up to the 19th century, in many ways it tended to be different than most other forms. Now watch what Brother Jabari says here. And you need to get that camera up, baby. What the? Oh, it went there? Yeah. Ah, man.
I got the real shit though.
All right, that's cool. Because I could bring it out if you want. I could give you the something you can keep it plugged in.
No.
Are you sure? Okay, because I was enjoying that live shit. All right, so anyway, so where we at? So if you look what Brother Jabari says right here, here you go right here. I have a yeah, right. So if you look at what Brother Jabari says right here, he says
Highlight it. You don't know how to highlight?
it is highlighted. Oh no, I can't with this. All right. So anyway, he says, matter of fact, I'll use the pen because they can see that. Right. So he says right here, he says, I think what happened for the most part was the tomahawk or white people did in the United States and the New World and other parts of the world during mostly the 14th, 15th, and 16th centuries, well, actually really from the 14th all the way up to the 19th century. He says, in many ways, it tended to be different than most other forms. What? Different than enslavement. He left out the word different, but he used the word than. So he's opposing enslavement. The word then means grammar-wise, the word then means that he's opposing enslavement against most other forms that took place in ancient times. That's why he says, in many ways, it tended to be different than most other forms. Then enslavement. Those are Jabari's exact words. So then enslavement means that we're not talking about enslavement in ancient Egypt. That's from Jabari, not me. Okay. Then he says, I try my best not to put the servitude. Now, remember I said servitude? They like to use that term servitude. I'm not talking about servitude. I said slavery. Look what Jabari does. He slips it in there. He says, so I try my best not to put the servitude that any culture put on any other people, meaning that everybody that's black and brown, they was only dealing with servitude, or any other people in antiquity, they was dealing with servitude, right? He says, I try my best not to put the servitude that any culture put any other people in the same light as what they did. So in other words, only the European is badass enough to enslave people. Everybody else in history was sissies. They couldn't conquer. They couldn't enslave other people. They couldn't take their woman and kill their children or castrate them or do the things that people do when they conquer. You understand? We've had that part of us ripped out of us so bad, so much that we can't even conceptualize it in just discussion because we're too busy, from my perspective, trying to protect this manufactured romantic reputation that we actually got. Because what you're going to find out is that the idea of the ancient Egyptians not being warlike, not being enslavers, you're going to find out that actually came from white people, from 19th century Germans. Watch, because I'm going to show you the documentation, okay? You see, they don't want to show you what you were like when you were warlike. You use the term warriors, but then when we start talking warrior language, you want to go back to, no, we were just waving ankhs. We were just doing Kemetic yoga on the beach. You understand what I'm saying? We're a bunch of, it's what they're trying to do is they're trying to sell you a form of hippieism. They're trying to turn ancient Kemet into a form of hippieism. A bunch of hippies. You understand? That's what they're doing. And that's what my argument is against. They're trying to tell you, all this new age metaphysical bullshit. That's how they're framing ancient Kemet for you. And I'm saying no. Not me. The documentation is saying no. Now, I'm going to tell you something before I proceed. In a wonderful conversation that I had with my brother Jabari, I asked him, I said, did you read Black Athena? And he said to me that I'm not going to mention all of what he said to me because some of it I think is private and personal. If he wants to share that, I will let him share that. But one thing I can share that's not personal is, I don't think it is, I asked him, did you read Black Athena? He said, yeah, he only read volume 1. Well, that's your mistake. You can't blame me for someone else's error. If you would have read volume 2, you would have had a completely different perspective, or you would have known what to challenge. And I also know by virtue of the fact that because brother did not read volume 2, he was not in possession of the answers that he pretended to be. And I asked him, I said, Brother Jabari, remember I asked the question? I said, what did Sinmozet the First do? I said, when he was on his campaign and he was marching enslaved Europeans back into Africa, into Egypt, I said he was going to war with different nations along the way, with different communities of people, different ethnic groups along the way. And I said every time he fought them, he erected a stela, according to the historical record. He erected a stela. On that stela, he left a record of how these people fought. If they fought like men, he left something specific on the stela. If they didn't fight like men, he left something else on the stela. And I asked Brother Jabari, do you know what it was? I said, since we're all scholars, do you know what it was? He refused to answer the question. Go back to the tape. For almost damn near 45 minutes. He refused to answer the question. But by the time we had our last discussion, I knew he didn't have the answer, and that's why he did not answer the question. Because the only way he could have answered the question was if he had read volume 2. And he told me he did not read volume 2. That came directly from my brother Jabari. Now, if you claim that you did have the answer, you're going to have to produce the source, the other source from where you got the answer. And it's quite possible that there is another source that features the answer. I'm not aware of the other source. I can only claim where I got my source from, or what my source was. So anyway, it was from, the reason why, and he bluffed me. That's like playing poker. And as historians, we do that to each other all the time because a lot of ego is involved. We don't want to make it appear as if we don't know nothing. But see, to me, that's the difference between me and other historians. And it's something that I don't like about a lot of historians. They don't like to admit on camera that they don't know something. I'll tell you in 2 seconds, I don't know the answer to that question. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. You know? I don't, if somebody asks me a question, I don't know the answer to that question. You know who does that? Walter Williams, and I respect him for doing that. He'll tell you in a minute, I don't know the answer to that. That's one of his favorite answers. Because we mess up by pretending that we have the answer to things when we don't. Okay, so Jabari, good one for you. You bluffed me on that. But I realized later after our conversation, when I left the house, I said, that's why he didn't read volume 2, so he didn't have the answer. But or maybe he thought he had the answer and he didn't. Because did he answer the question? Do you remember I asked him? He refused to answer that question for almost 45 minutes and never did answer. No, what he did answer was the question about immigration. When you asked him, could you make the connection between West Africa and the Nile Valley? And he didn't answer that for a long time until so you pressed him for, and then he said, oh yeah, and immigration. He didn't explicate on the immigration, which is what I would have liked him to have done. I would have liked him to have gone into the details, because I would have.
He answered your question too. Remember,
No.
you said you don't know it, right? And then he said something, and then he said, "Oh yeah, you do know."
This is why I thought he had the answer. It wasn't that he answered it, because he never did answer. He never said what it was that the Sostres put on the stela. And to me, that's very significant, and it goes to the heart of the matter. That's why I brought it up. It wasn't just some little loose change that I was trying to throw in there and trying to make it appear as if it was important when it wasn't. So he never did answer the question. The reason why I said, yeah, I think he does have the answer to the question is because in my own mind, my mind works fast. In my own mind, I'm thinking, Jabari went to Cornell University, graduated from Cornell. The person whose text from where I got the source from taught at Cornell. So I put 2 and 2 together. I said, well, I figured Jabari must know this historian. He must know this author because they were both in the same institution. Jabari later admitted to me that he actually debated him. He was also courageous enough to admit that he didn't do too well in the debate, that Jabari didn't do too well. And I respect that. I respect the fact that he had the courage to debate this guy. You feel what I'm saying? I really did. I respect Jabari for the fact that he had the courage to debate the person. But the error that Jabari made was that he only read the first volume of his work. He should have read the other 3 volumes, the other 2 volumes. Because when you read the other 2 volumes, it leads you to sources that stand on their own merit and bear themselves out. You don't even have to rely on his sources any longer, on the sources that I'm about to show you. But anyway, let's go to the thing. So here it has. Jabari says, he said, in many ways it tended to be different than most other forms than enslavement. He says, I have looked, I'm sorry, he goes, oh shucks, let me go back. So he says, where is that? Oh, he says, so I try my best not to put the servitude that any culture put on any other people in the same light as they did. Now there you go, servitude the first time. Remember I told you at the beginning of this, anytime you bring up slavery in ancient Egypt, the first thing they try to do is they try to supplement another word, which is servitude. So that you think, oh, just service. not like kind of like indentured servitude. You work a little while and then you get free. Not slavery. Okay? Now watch. Let's continue. Then he says, I'm a challenge Shakka. Now mind you, the challenge didn't come from me. It came from Brother Jabari. He said, I'm a challenge. Did he say it? He said, I'm a challenge Shakka on this a little bit. If you try to say, now I'm going to now here is the problem, and this is what it comes to. And this is the biggest bone of contention I have with historians. Let me ask you a question. As historians, right, what is our job, sa.neter? To tell the what?
Tell the truth.
Say it again.
To tell the truth.
Does it matter if it makes you look good or look bad?
No, it don't. You got to tell the truth when you're dealing with the history, when you're dealing with no.
You got to tell the truth.
Yes.
God is who? God is whose truth? God is who? Mayat, right?
Yeah, Ma'at. That's Ma'at. That's right.
You got to tell the truth. Now, I'm going to read what Jabari said next. And this is the problem I have with black people who get in their feelings when you bring up ancient Egypt enslaving Europeans. Watch what Brother Jabari says. And it's not just Brother Jabari, so I can't put it on him. This is most black people in America. They get upset when you bring up the ancient Egyptians as black African people enslaving Europeans. Watch what Jabari says. He says, I'm a challenge Shakka on this a little bit. If you try to say that what happened in Kemet is the same that what happened here in America, then what's going to happen is people are going to simply say, well, everybody does it. And the reality is that we have still not held the Tamil to account to what they did to us. We have not received reparations. So stop. There's a problem with that statement. What Jabari is saying is that because we have not had reparations, because he also, let me go on. Hold on. He says, check out what he says. He says, I'm gonna read it again. If you try to say that what happened in Kemet is the same that what happened here, then what's going to happen is people are going to simply say, well, everybody does it, talking about slavery. And the reality is that we have still not held the Tamil, white people, to account to what they did to us. We have not received reparations. We have not absolutely punished them for what they did. And I think that if we're going to talk about what they did, then someone still needs to be held accountable for what they did. Now stop. Now let me ask you a question. Is it the white man's fault that we have not punished him for slavery?
No.
Whose fault is that?
That's our fault.
Put the camera. Put the camera over here. Put the camera over here. He says, now predicated on what he said we can't talk about black people enslaving Europeans in Egypt because we still have not punished white people for enslaving us. So you're saying that we can't tell the truth about what happened in Africa because we haven't yet punished white people for what they did to us? Listen to what he's saying. The truth cannot be told yet. We got to sit on the truth because we haven't punished white people yet. We have to sit on the truth because this is his logic and his reason out of his own mouth. We can't tell the truth because we haven't received reparations yet. I got a question. Is it white people's fault that we haven't received reparations yet?
No.
Whose fault is it?
It's our fault, man.
Say it again.
It's our fault as a people, yes.
You know why? It's our fault. For the mere fact that you are waiting for reparations tells you what the white man did to you. He made you a bitch and a pussy. That you would wait for reparations. You know damn well if your brother or your sister owed you $1,000, you wouldn't be waiting. How long you gonna wait? And when you see it, if your brother and sister says, oh, fuck you, I ain't giving you nothing. Yo, what happens in the hood if you owe somebody $1,500 and you say, man, you ain't getting shit? Well, what happens?
You're going to get it in blood. Something happened.
Something going to happen, right?
Yeah.
Now, how many years black people been waiting for reparations?
For like damn near 300 years.
Right? Now, hold on. You see, it goes back to the whole narrative. I'm trying to tell you that black people were once conquerors.
For 100 and something years.
100 some odd years, right? About 200 years, right? Look, 150 years. Black people. I'm trying to give you a narrative of black people from the documentation being conquerors, enslaving people, right? Do conquerors wait for reparations?
No, hell no.
I'm asking you, do conquerors wait for reparations?
No, they go and take their shit.
Oh, you see, this is what's really at the heart of the matter.
This is why the European on top, because he came and took his shit.
Exactly. You see, this is the real conversation that they don't want to have. Because when you start talking about ancient Egypt enslaving people in Africa, Europeans, that means you're talking about them as conquerors. Conquerors don't wait for shit. So you can't be saying Hotep and Kemet and throwing ox around, but because if you do, then you want to play it safe. You want to say, yeah, but we were nice people. We were kind people. We were just harmless people. We just did yoga. We just banged ankhs together and did all this symbolic bullshit. That's all that's the conversation they want to have. You understand what I'm saying? But when you try to present the ancient Egyptians as men, as warriors, as soldiers, as generals, as conquerors, you understand? When you try to present them Africans as that, do you think a white man wants you to present Africans like that? No, he's going to do what? He's going to make up a narrative that you were kind and that you were gentle and that's right, that you were passive. You see what I'm saying about psychology, how deep the shit runs? We so worried about Hebrew Israelites taking it and running with it, we don't see what we're doing to ourselves by running away from it. No, you got to embrace it. You got to look that cracker in his face. Pardon me. You got to look. I don't know. I don't need to be disrespectful. Because there's no need to be when you're telling the truth. There's no need to be disrespectful. The truth means the truth says what it says. You got to look that white man in his face. And when he brings up slavery, you ask him, you mean when my people owned yours or when your people owned mine? Let's get the facts straight. Because I want to know what period of slavery you're talking about. Because we did own your butts. We owned you and we worked you deeply. Deeply. Okay? Now, check it out. Let's get to the hold on. Now it's Garfield's turn. Get the camera back over here. My brother Garfield. Right? What did Garfield say? When you say slavery, you see they got a problem with that word. Back to the servitude. He said, when you say slavery, you see a lot of people like to romanticize, like Kemet never did anything wrong. And slavery itself, as we define it today, I don't think Egypt was doing that per se. That's out of Garfield's mouth. Shakka did not make that up. I'm not putting words in my brother's mouth. I'm not taking them out, and I'm not reading them out of context. You can go back to the video and watch the whole thing and see if Shakka took anybody's words out of context, because that's what people gonna claim. Now watch. He said slavery as we define it today. Well, let's go to the dictionary. Yeah? Let's go to the dictionary and see how we define slavery. The state of being a slave. Thousands, and as an example, what do they use for slavery? Look, thousands, remember this, I want you to remember this. Thousands had been sold into slavery. That's what they use in Oxford Dictionary, right? The practice or system of owning slaves, okay? A condition compared to that of a slave in respect of what? Exhausting labor or restricted freedom. So all of that is slavery, yes? So now, if the ancient Egyptians had all of this above, wouldn't you say that's slavery by the way we define it today? Yeah. Right? If they had thousands of people being sold into slavery, if they enslaved thousands of people, that's slavery, right? The state of being a slave, that's slavery, right? Exhausting labor or restricted freedom, that's slavery, right? The practice or system of owning slaves, it's slavery. New Oxford American Dictionary, go look it up. That's by Garfield. He said, I don't think, he said, and slavery itself as we define it today. I don't think Egypt was doing that per se. Well, folks, this is part 4 from the course that I teach, that I recommend you people start taking so that you can stop making errors and mistakes. Because you know Shakka gonna get you every time. That's what I do. Okay? Part 4, Black Masters and White Slaves. If you want to take this course, all you have to do is go to ShakkaAhmoseUniversity.com. ShakkaAhmoseUniversity.com. Don't cut that out, because if you do, you will never get another interview from me. Here we go. Shakka. Part 4, Black Masters, White Slaves. Okay? This is from my course, taught by Shakka Ahmose. It's called Black Masters, White Slaves. It's on ShakkaAhmoseUniversity.com. Go to the platform if you want to get the facts. Here you go. This is from what book? What book is that, sa.neter? sa.neter Joke. The African Origin of Civilization. Myth or reality? I'm trying to see if I have it under there. I'm sure I do. I know I have it somewhere because I always have it close by. So there you go, people. The African origin of civilization, myth or reality. All right, it's not a big deal. Not a big deal because I have it up here. So this is from the book, The African Origin of Civilization by Shakka. We're going to read, okay? The African origin of civilization, myth or reality. All right, here you go. This is from chapter 10, part B, second paragraph, page 210. Okay? He says, in reality, the basic contradictions in the Asiatic economic system were sufficiently developed in Egypt for the germs of dissolution to be visible. Though the land might be so what he's doing, he's explaining the nature of land ownership. Check it out. Though the land might be the property of the pharaoh, the people had enough free access to it. This is what Diop says. He's explaining the nature of land ownership in ancient Egypt. So for now, we're not going to be talking about the gods and the goddesses and the ankhs and yoga and all this other stuff. We're talking about actual history and things that deal with resources and land, the economy, things like that. The things people never want to talk about about when it comes to ancient Kemet. They want to talk about all this metaphysical, superfluous bullshit, but they don't want to talk about the real reality down on the ground. So let's look at it. Okay? This is what Diop says. In reality, the basic contradictions in the Asiatic economic system were sufficiently developed in Egypt for the germs of dissolution to be visible. Though the land might be the property of the pharaoh, the people had enough free access to it to continue their economic activity. It had become alienable. An individual could bequeath or sell it. Thus, the collective aspect of land ownership had become extremely theoretical. On the other hand, the state collected taxes, shrewdly assessed. But everyone worked for himself. Except for who? Except for the conquered Indo-Europeans. Systematically, what? What is that word?
I can't see.
Systematically enslaved and branded to prevent their escape. Enslaved and branded. Indo-Europeans, systematically enslaved and branded to prevent their escape. Now you have to understand why this is important. Number one, it's important because the Indo-Europeans are purportedly the ancestors of the modern European. So we all talking about some ancestral stuff. So you can't say, oh, Indo-Europeans weren't white people. Bullshit. Indo-European is a linguistic term. It's a linguistic term. Why? Because the term came about from the field of philology, the study of language. You're not talking to a dummy. Okay? You can tell that shit and sell that shit to somebody else. Dope just told you right here. I'm going to read it again. He said, on the other hand, the state collected taxes shrewdly assessed, but everyone worked for himself, except for the conquered Indo-Europeans, systematically enslaved and what? Branded. Do you know what it means to be branded? You know what a hot brand is? Are they going to say, well, how you know it was a hot brand? Well, we're going to see. We're going to see what kind of brand it was. Because y'all want to play this bullshit like they were just servitude in Egypt. And that they were friendly and nice and warm and you know, punk motherfuckers. You feel me? That's really, because that's the image that people rock with when they deal with ancient Kemet. They could talk about Osiris and Horus and the gods and the fighting and all this other, but you can talk about the fighting up in heaven, in the heavens, in the clouds, but you can't talk about the fighting that took place on the ground. So let's say, here we go. Look at this. Diop continues, right? He said, now Diop does say, he makes a distinction. He says, Egypt, unlike Greco-Roman and feudal societies, had no servile labor force. Now, I can say this. Although Diop said that, I think Diop should have stuck around a little longer to read Bernal's work, because Bernal definitely read his work. Martin Bernal, the author of Black Athena, tells you that he read Diop's work, but Diop did not have the opportunity to read Bernal's work, and he would have loved Bernal's work. He would have loved it because of the scholarship in it. It's incredible. It's unbelievable. If you don't like to read, do not read Black Athena. I'm telling you right now, because just to understand that book, you're going to have to do so much reading, your eyes going to pop out your head. I'm telling you. I'm already up to volume 3. Okay? So let's go. Let's get with it. Diop says, check out what he says. He says, meanwhile, Meanwhile, at the end of the reign of Amenhotep and under Horemheb, Egypt was faced with social conflicts of great scope. These were created by the excesses of bureaucratic agents, the crushing weight of taxation, and the poverty of the people. Horemheb decided to espouse social justice and enacted a series of laws intended to protect the weak and improve their living conditions. These laws were designed to punish government employees, soldiers, and judges guilty of theft or fraud against the little people. But the reforms had only a temporary effect. With the deification of Ramesses II, feudal privilege and royal absolutism reappeared. The clergy recovered its former prerogatives, as at the time of the Sixth Dynasty. In other words, they went back to the old days. The temples again profited from immense holdings, endowed with immunity, which empowered them to dispense justice to the tenants. At the same time, what does it say? They received tens of thousands of Aryan slaves, branded with what? With what? A hot iron. Oh, I thought it was just servitude. I thought it was just all this servitude bullshit everybody's talking about. Unless you know more than Joe.
You gotta read that part again.
Oh, yeah, because they know everybody knows more than Shakka and Joe. Okay, here we go. Right? Here we go. He says, at the same time, talking about the temples of Egypt, the priests, he said they received tens of thousands of Aryan slaves, branded with the hot iron. These were the only cases of slave labor force in Egypt for large-scale production. I disagree with the latter part because Job did not live long enough to see Brunel's research. But this part about receiving tens of thousands of Aryan slaves branded with a hot iron, facts. Now what you gonna do? Boo-hoo-hoo. Now you gotta go run. Oh, hey, okay. Now, because they know. What did they say? Hold on. Let's go back to the record. There it goes. He said, in many ways, it tended to be different than most other forms of enslavement. Right? That's what Jabari said. But hold on. Didn't they brand us in slavery? sa.neter? Hold on. Didn't they brand us in slavery? Oh, darn, I didn't put my picture of the brand. You lucky. Okay? They branded us in this. In fact, hold on. I ain't gonna mess with you. Hold on a second. I'm gonna grab that.
All right, it's back on.
All right, cool. Yo, this light is out.
No, it's all right.
Okay, cool. You sure?
Yeah, it's still on. You can see it. It's still on.
How you can see? Are you ready?
It's on.
All right, cool. All right, so here you go. I'm gonna read that one more time. Hold on. Boom, 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 boom. Did I catch that? Yeah. All right. So here we go. I'm gonna read that one more time. All right. It says, these laws were designed to punish governments. Let me read it from the top. Here we go. So basically, they're telling you what was going on in the land, and this is during the 18th dynasty. And this is what Job is talking about. I already read from that side. Now we're going to read from this side. All right? Put it back on. We already read from this side. Now we're going to read from this side. Okay? Meanwhile, at the end, this is Shakka and Job from the African origin of civilization. Meanwhile, at the end of the reign of Amenhotep.
Make it back big.
Oh, my bad. Thank you. Boom. Yeah. Cool. All right. So, I already read from this side, but he talked about conquered Indo-Europeans systematically enslaved and branded to prevent their escape. See, that's what their brand was for, to prevent their escape. Now, that means that no matter how far you ran, as long as they could identify you by that brand, you were a slave and you were going to be returned. It didn't matter how far into Europe you ran, or sailed, or swam, or took a boat, or whatever it did. If that brand was on you, you were a slave. You don't brand people because you know they're just going to stay there, do you? You brand people because they're going to try to what?
Run away.
Escape, run away. And then you're a what? A runaway what? Slave. And did we have runaway slaves in America? Mm-hmm. Did they brand us to keep us from being unable to be identified as a slave? Yep. So how is it different? How is this servitude and what happened to us with slavery, but what we did to them was servitude? No, it's slavery. Look, here we go. Meanwhile, at the end of the reign of Amenhotep and under Horemheb, Egypt was faced with social conflicts of great scope. These were created by the excesses of bureaucratic agents, the crushing weight of taxation, and the poverty of the people. Horemheb decided to espouse social justice and enacted a series of laws intended to protect the weak and improve their living conditions. These laws were designed to punish government employees, soldiers, and soldiers and judges guilty of theft or fraud against the little people. But the reforms had only a temporary effect. With the deification of Ramesses II, feudal privilege and royal absolutism reappeared. The clergy recovered its former prerogatives, as at the time of the Sixth Dynasty. That means they went back to the old ways. That's important. Keep that in mind, right? The temples again profited from immense holdings, endowed with immunity, which empowered them to dispense justice to the tenants. At the same time, this is Shakka and Diop. At the same time, they, meaning the temples, the priests, they received tens of thousands of Aryan slaves branded with the hot iron. These were the only cases of slave labor force in Egypt for large-scale production. Now, the second part I disagree with because, like I said, Job did not live long enough to see Martin Bernal's research. In fact, he died just before. But Martin Bernal read Job's research, so he was able to build off of it. Now, because they both agree that they're in agreement that the Egyptians did in fact enslave white people, enslave Europeans. The only difference with Bernal is Bernal took it further. Okay? Real talk. Now watch. He introduces you to the classical sources that verified and attested. Now watch. Job didn't even do that. Well, he did to a degree. The sources that Job are going to introduce you to are only to 19th century, turn of the century sources. Bernal introduces you to even older sources. Okay, so you can't come with this servitude bullshit telling black people, oh well, it's a different kind of. He said. Remember, he said different than enslavement. Remember, Jabari said that. It's in writing. I'm not putting those words in his mouth. He said different than enslavement. Watch. Okay, so he said tens of thousands of Aryan slaves branded with the hot iron was given to the temples and the priests of ancient Egypt. Okay, right here it talks about. It says right here the clergy. He's talking about the clergy of ancient Egypt, meaning the priest. The clergy recovered its former prerogatives. Look, he said its former prerogatives. That means things that they were allowed to do and have in the past. Listen, do you understand what he's saying? They recovered privileges and opportunities for things they had to do in the past. Things they had in the past, which means that if they got it this time, that means they had to be doing it when? Even further back. Okay? See, this is called reading comprehension, people. Watch. He says, the clergy, never underestimate any part of a sentence. That's why so many people fuck up in history. You gotta read the whole sentence. In one sentence, you can have 2 or 3 different things going on that stand out. He says, the clergy recovered its former prerogatives as at the time of the Sixth Dynasty. So he's taking you back to the Old Kingdom. Watch. He said the temples again profited from immense holdings, endowed with immunity and empowered them to dispense justice, which empowered them to dispense justice to the tenants. At the same time, they received tens of thousands of Aryan slaves branded with a hot iron. These were the only cases of slave labor force in Egypt for large-scale production. Let's continue. Look, branded with a hot iron. Now look, bro. This is us. Slavery. See the hot iron? See them branding this black woman with a hot iron? Didn't they do that to us in slavery? So that we couldn't run away? They branded us with a hot iron. Here's another picture. It's a famous piece of artwork. I don't have the artist's name up here, but it's famous. The color version is kind of hard to find, but you can find it if you look for it. What is he doing? He's branding this African woman with a slave. He's branding her with a hot iron. Here's the hot iron. They would put it in a fire and they would brand her back. See right here, slave branding. Leeds Anti-Slavery Series number 23. That's a historical rendering. Slave branding. This is what happened to us. Job is telling you in ancient Egypt, at the same time, the temples received tens of thousands of Aryan slaves branded with a hot iron. Who do you think they learned it from? Huh? Who do you think they learned how to conquer from? From us. Stop selling this weak image of ancient Egypt like they were a bunch of wearing faggots. Because they were not. We get our symbols like Dr. Clark accused us of. He said we're too symbolic. He said, leave the goddamn symbols alone. That's what Dr. Clark said. We get caught up in all this symbolic bullshit. Do you understand? Here we go. Let's continue. Job continues. Watch this. The end of the reign of Ramesses II and that of Meneptah witnessed great migrations of peoples that upset the ethnic balance around the Mediterranean and Western Asia. He's talking about ethnicity. Non-black people. Okay? Circa 1230 BC, Meneptah conquered the first large coalition of what? Europeans. Okay? Led by Mary, as we have seen. Another group, probably the Etruscans under Ananias, settled in Italy. These were the same ones who had joined the Libyan coalition defeated by Meneptah. On the Egyptian inscriptions, they were designated by the name Tertia. Okay? After the defeat, the survivors followed the coast of sa.neter as far as Queen Dido's Carthage, or traveled there by open sea. In any event, according to the ancient tradition related by Virgil, it was probably after that detour that Ananias and his men, the Etruscans, reached Italy. Herodotus ascribes the same Asian origin to the Etruscans, who were perhaps the survivors of the destruction of Troy by the Achaeans. Only a few decades separate the fall of Troy, 1290 perhaps, and the Great Dorian Drive. So the Tertia could certainly have left Asia Minor either during the siege of Troy or a few years later with the Dorians, but Carthage was not founded until the 9th century BC. If the visit of the Etruscans to that port were proved, 3 or 4 centuries elapsed between their departure from Asia Minor and their arrival in Italy. What could they have been doing en route? Now, Job, I read that because Job wants you to get the idea. He wants you to understand that these are Europeans. He wants you to understand this. His whole point is to show you how they were introduced to Egypt. They were not introduced to Egypt as Greeks, reading and coming to learn, or even working as mercenaries. Let Job tell you how the European was introduced to Egypt. He continues. He says, should we then assume that they spent considerable time in Libya, where their stay is in fact mentioned in Egyptian documents? Perhaps they remained there after the coalition was defeated by Meneptah. During the sojourn, they doubtless acquired various elements of Egyptian culture: sarcophagus, agrarian life, the divining art, architectural skills, which they definitely lacked at the outset. Now check out what Job says. Paying attention? He says, now, I wish I had my pen. I wonder what happened to it.
Right behind you.
Oh, thanks. Because I want to show them what Job says. He says, the 9,000 or so captives. Now, mind you, we ain't adding these. Forget. He says tens of thousands here. What did he say? Tens of thousands. Okay? Now we get added to that 9,000 more. Okay? The 9,000. You know how many people tens of thousands is? See, this is the bullshit that people don't want to talk about. They don't want to. They want to sell you some bullshit. Do you know what tens of thousands is? Well, people gonna say, "Well, we were millions, motherfucker." So, look, well, we were millions. So now y'all want to split hairs. It wasn't slavery because they weren't millions, because they were only tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands. Tens of thousands and hundreds of thousands can't equal a million if you add them up. Let's continue. Watch. Here you go. He says, Job says, the 900 or so captives taken in battle, Meneptah gave as slaves to the various temples to express his gratitude to the gods. So it was as a prisoner of war transformed into a what? Slave. Do you see that? Mm-hmm. This is Shakka into Job. Right? It was as a prisoner of war. So they're going to say, oh, we were prisoners of war. Well, what the fuck you think we was? You always say we are at war. Motherfucker, it wasn't war when they declared war on your ass in Africa? When they started snatching us out the villages, you don't think that they were declaring war on our culture? War on our very physical being? That was war. We were prisoners of war. We are the descendants of prisoners of war. It's hard for you to figure that out. You always tell people we're the descendants of slaves. Why do you never say we're the descendants of prisoners of war? You ever notice that? You don't even have enough respect for your ancestors to call them prisoners of war. We were slaves. We the descendants of slaves. No, we were the descendants of, we are the descendants of people who were first prisoners of war. who were then turned into slaves. See, that's a process. Like getting branded with an iron. That's a process. Being forced to do free labor, hard labor, exhaustive labor for free. For generations. Watch. They want you to think, oh, only the white man did that to the black man. No. Not only did we do it to him, but we did it to him first. And don't ever feel bad about it. I'm not saying you got to be proud of it, but you say, yes, my ancestors were conquerors too. And they were conquerors before yours was. In fact, we conquered you first. Let them have the shame of slavery for a while. Let them wear the badge of slavery for a while. You understand? Instead of you beating yourself up all the time, oh, but we not going to get reparations. You little faggots, you're not going to get reparations anyway, because real men don't wait for reparations, they take it. Stop bitching about the white man being a conqueror and start conquering some shit yourself. Bunch of little faggots out there, and I said it. If you don't like it, it's too bad. You talk all this gangster shit and all this man shit, oh, we waiting for reparations. Pathetic. We waiting. How long you gonna wait? Huh? I want to know, when you die out and this generation die off and the next generation is waiting for reparations, they don't beat for rights because they don't want to go to school and get shot the fuck up. When we did it for years and nobody gave a fuck. We went to school every day. Motherfuckers sitting in class cleaning the gun right next to you. They forget the things that men are preoccupied with. Men conquer. You understand? Why does it look? How come if America is as bad as they is, how come they didn't go into North Korea and shut Kim Jong-il down? Because he got what? Nuclear weapons, right? Right? Kim Jong-il is sitting in North Korea like what? I'm the man, I'm doing me. I'm not saying I like the guy or respect the guy. What I'm saying is that your adversary will never respect you. See, the problem with black people is you want white people's love. Fuck their love. Their respect matters more. Their respect matters more. Not just from white people, from anybody. Respect has a far greater currency than love. Love is fickle to turn to hate. It's love on Monday, hate on Tuesday. Respect lasts. It's something different. Even that could change too, but you got to do a lot more work to change that. You understand? And the consequences are different. You see, the consequences of losing somebody's love is one thing, but the consequences of losing somebody's respect,
that's another thing.
That's a whole nother thing. You feel what I'm saying? It's a whole nother thing. So you can't be talking about ancient Egypt like they were just a bunch of hippies, a bunch of feel-good hippies. You know, you want to study Egypt, or all you reading is the language. Oh, I'm a philologist. I'm studying what the text, and then this is what this says about God, and this was what this says about.
Yeah, but you know what? You got a strong point you making right now. At first, I was like, what the hell is he talking about? But you know what? You know what just came in my thought just now? This is why the white man puts all over the TV.
He likes to remind people. Because he was the best. That's why.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Hold on. But see, Dr. Clark even taught it was servitude. So Dr. Clark didn't really study that deep into that either. Yeah, Dr. Clark always said it was not slavery like their slavery. It was a servitude. Dr. Clark says that, brother.
What Dr. Clark was talking about was traditional Africa. I'm not talking about traditional Africa. I'm talking about classical Africa. It's two different periods, two different things. Two different things. You will very rarely hear me speak about traditional Africa, because traditional Africa, if you read Job, it's a remnant and a product and a shard of what classical Africa was. You understand? Because we don't see. That's a whole other subject matter that I can't go into. I have to go to that later on. Anyway, hold on. I got a few. Hold on. Here we go. So he says, Shakka Job says, the 9,000 or so captives taken in battle, Sa.neter gave as slaves to the various temples to express his gratitude to the gods. So it was as a prisoner of war, transformed into a slave, chained and branded, that the white man first entered Egyptian civilization. Do you hear that? I'm going to read that description again. Look at this, Sa. He says, Sa. Look at this. He says, oh, okay, all right.
You right directly in my ear.
All right, he says, it was a prisoner of war, transformed into a slave, chained and branded, that the white man first entered Egyptian civilization. That's dope. right? Careful study. And then he says this. Careful study of the documents could what? Lead to no other conclusion. Not servitude, right? Then he says, one may, now check this out. He says, I love this part. I got to
Like the video. Thumb up the video.
one may pretend to be
Like the video. Thumb up the video.
look at the word he uses. Indestructible.
That's Jabari.
Indestructible. Right? Here you go. Doom. So anyway, cause it's how I wanted to do it.
Why you want to do your cousin?
But hold on, remember I told you to be focused? Hold on. Remember I said you need to be focused? Hold on, bro. That's a distraction. That's I didn't want a full discourse. That's a distraction.
Okay.
All right? I'm not going to be present when he does his rebuttal, so why I need to, you know what I mean? So anyway, bro, I'm showing you highlights and I want people to hear your reaction when I'm showing it to you. That's why I want you focused when I'm showing you this. All right?
Okay.
Made me lose my damn pen again.
Right on the bed. You keep throwing it behind you.
Okay. Look. Job says this. He says, so it was as a prisoner of war, transformed into a slave, chained and branded, that the white man first entered Egyptian civilization. Careful study of what? The documents could leave no other conclusion. One may pretend to be ignorant of these facts, but they are indestructible. Okay? That's dope. The white man contributed nothing to Egyptian civilization. Then he says, the white slaves given to the temple were employed by the priests either in farming. Did we farm for free in this country? In chains, branded, farming for free, but they want to tell you that's servitude and this was slavery. Right? Here you go. Right? The fleet of the peoples of the north were entirely destroyed and the invasion route through the delta was cut. That's dope. That's dope. Here we go. Look at this. At the same time, a third coalition of the same what? White skin.
Like the video. Thumb up the video.
Dope.
Like the video. Thumb up the video.
People. The term Indo-Aryan is just a linguistic term. Okay? He's showing you. This is Joe. Okay? Now watch it. I bet you after this, look. After this, everybody gonna come back like they're a better scholar than Joe. Watch this. Watch. Oh no. But Joe got this. And no, watch. Right? At the same time, a third coalition of the same white-skinned Indo-Aryans was being assembled again in Libya against the black Egyptian nation. Okay? Ramses III demolished the third coalition. Demolished that third coalition as he had destroyed the first two. As a result of this third victory over the Indo-Aryans, he took an exceptional number of prisoners. This enabled him to what? Increase appreciably the what? The slave labor force on royal construction sites and in the army, right? Which was invariably the procedure for acclimating white-skinned persons in Egypt. Bro, did we not fight when they first brought us to this country? Did we not fight in their armies as well? On both sides of the revolution. And we were still enslaved. And we fought as slaves before the Civil War. Okay? So all the parallels, fighting in their armies, farming for free, wearing chains, being enslaved, being branded with a hot iron. But they want to tell you it's servitude. Like it was Benson the butler. You know what I mean? Oh, we just put them in tuxedos, had them bring trays. Your drink, Sir Pharaoh. You understand? That's what they want you to think. We just had harmless servants. Oh, that's all. They just bought us our house shoes, our sandals. They just stood there. They were fan bearers. That's all. See, they don't want to talk about this part of our history. This is African history. This is we was doing it. You understand what I'm saying? We was doing it. We knew what it felt like to be in power. You see, we got such a hatred for the word because we were the most recent. You understand? So we still feel the sting of it. So when the word came up, you know, black people in a McDonald's restaurant, one little white person goes, nigger. All of a sudden, you got a brawl, right? Because the sting is still there. We got to admit that. We got to get real with this shit. You understand what I'm saying? Get real with this shit. Am I keeping it real with the scholarship thus far? Am I playing? What?
Yeah, you're keeping it real.
I'm keeping it 100. I'm not slandering anybody. I'm not saying that Jabari and Garfield were trying to mislead people. I'm saying you only as good as what you know. All of us. You only as good as what you know. And what you know is going to be predicated not only on what you read, but how well you can interpret what you're reading, and also how well you can corroborate it with other sources, which we're about to do right now. Because you're going to think I just got joked. You know you know how I do, sir. Right? Put it back over here. So you can't be. Here's what I'm saying. You cannot be sitting with me on a couch and trying to convince other people that I don't know what I'm talking about. You just can't do that to Shakka. Ahmose. You can't do that. Because if you do that, there's a price to pay for that. You paying it now. And I tried to tell people, did I not, sir? I also asked you not to put me on the couch with other people, did I not? I did that for a reason. I'm not trying to hurt feelings. But if you step in this ring, this is the kind of shit that happens. You know what I'm saying? So, let's go. I don't open my mouth unless I got powder kegs under me. I'm talking about miles and miles of powder kegs. You heard? Here you go. And don't forget, I love Jabari. I know he's got the whole mature demeanor and the whole, but I'm Jabari's elder brother. I'm your elder brother, dude. I've been doing this. You understand what I'm saying? I didn't come to this in college. You feel me? And I'm not saying that you did. Matter of fact, I like that story Jabari told me about his mother. That stuff when she told his father, I give his mother mad respect. That's a queen for real. That was powerful what his mother told his father. So I didn't even touch on that. I'm just saying in general that, matter of fact, how old is Garfield?
Oh, Garfield's a young buck.
So I'm both of your elders. You know what I mean? Come on. So when y'all come to me, y'all sit on that couch, y'all gotta have a little more respect. That's all I'm saying. If Shakka says it, you already know. You already know what it is. You already know what it is. If Shakka says it, you know what it is already. And if you're gonna just say, oh well, the best thing to say is rather than try to say, oh well, I disagree or that didn't happen. I'm not saying that you can't. You can, but then shit like this is gonna happen. What I am gonna say, what you should say is, oh well, I didn't know that, or I have yet to come across that in my research. Because that's the kind of shit that I say. I'm not stupid. I'm not gonna back myself up into a corner to get rocked like they getting rocked right now. I'm not doing that shit. Yo, okay? Here we go. I'm just having fun with y'all. Y'all my brothers. I love y'all. This look, welcome to the House of Consciousness. This is how we do. Okay? We just having fun. And don't get mad because Jabari, you're gonna have your response. I'm not gonna be there. I'm gonna probably be not even in the state. I'm gonna be on the beach somewhere, laughing at this shit right here. Okay? And the same for you, Garfield. Y'all can do your own thing on your page. Y'all can tear me a new one. I got no problem. But we just having fun. This is what makes it fun. You know what I'm saying? So, it's no mean feeling and no hard feelings. We just having fun. That's all we do. I mean, what's the point? Look, Jabari and Garfield, what's the point of doing this if it's not fun? You know what I'm saying? So this is a little bit of controversy. Y'all can come back at me, tear me a new one, uninterrupted. I know sa.neter's going to love that, So, we just going to have fun. So, and that's what it is. But here we go. Boom. So, here we go. Feeling and no hard feelings. We just having fun. That's all we do. I mean, what's the point? Look, Jabari and Garfield, what's the point of doing this if it's not fun? You know what I'm saying? So this is a little bit of controversy. Y'all can come back at me, tear me a new one, uninterrupted. I know sa.neter's going to love that, So, we just going to have fun. So, and that's what it is. But here we go. Boom. So, here we go. Afrique. What y'all know about Pascal Marie Armand David Zach of Castilla Macaya? What you know about this brother, about this man? You know who this man was? Hold on a second. Let me tell you who this man was. I don't have it in here. This man is not just a nobody, okay? The first thing you need to know about him is that his cousin was married to the second Secretary of State of the United States. The same office that Hillary Clinton used to occupy. His cousin by marriage also Edward Livingston, who's the second Secretary of State for the United States of America. I'm pretty sure after John Jay, he was the second Secretary of State. I'm sorry, not his cousin, Edward Livingston, his cousin by marriage, his relative by marriage. Edward Livingston was the second Secretary of State of the United States of America. Now, this man, Pascal Marie Armand, and I had to turn on Baba Heru. In fact, see, Jabari, I taught your elder, both of our elder, Baba Heru, Patah Samaj, the House of Patah. I'm the one that turned him on to this man here. Okay? Because he had read a quote from this man, but he had he had the source wrong. And I'm not saying this to demean as scholars, we're always not 100% on. I get stuff wrong, we all do. It's just that I'm careful about how I speak. See, this is not about me being right all the time. This is about me knowing what to say and what not to say. You understand what I'm saying? See, y'all said some shit in that discussion y'all shouldn't have said. That's what this is about. And so y'all feeling the heat a little bit. But I turned on when I went to go get my engagement ring for my fiance from Baba Heru. We had a discussion, and part of the discussion was me. He wanted to know where that quote came from. So I had to tell him about this man, Pascal Marie Armand de Vezac of Castella Macaya. He was a man who was born he was born in the French Pyrenees. Okay? Now you got to understand why that's important. Turn it back over here. That's important because much of the wars between the blacks and the whites over the centuries went across the French Pyrenees. A lot of people don't know that. I'm talking about from ancient Egyptian times. Yes, it was going across the French Pyrenees because the blacks had invaded into Southern Europe. That's right, into Southern Europe. They was getting slaves. Why do you think the term slave comes from Slav? Them Baltic areas and regions. It didn't start in the Hanseatic League with the Jews and the Arabs. It went back to ancient Egypt. They was taking slaves from that area. But you don't know that if your scholarship ain't going deep and hard enough. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you. Can't beat me up. Here we go. Look at this. This is what he said. In the book Afrique Tableau General, it's called A General Outline of Africa. And much of it deals with Carthage. But he touches on ancient Egypt as well. And he says, the black race, long the most numerous, first overpowered and what? What did that say? Dominated the whites. Okay, not a problem. All right. Dominate. Okay, find my pen for me now because it ain't over there.
Where you putting the pen?
I don't know. Why I keep using that pen?
Stand up. You might try.
Nah. Damn. That's all. I got 100 pens in here. So, anyway, matter of fact, grab one out of here if I have one. Hey. Si, you know they should have known better.
All right, come on. Let's keep talking.
All right, cool. All right, oh, there it is right there. That man's pen. All right. So, Pascal Marie Armand de Vezac of Castella Macaya. Oh, what he was also the head of the French Navy. Not only was he the head of the French Navy, this is why he's so important. Not only was he the head of the French Navy, but he also managed all of the colonies. So his expertise was colonial geography. So when the French came and they colonized all of West Africa, and they colonized parts of North Africa, including the areas near Egypt, right? Who do you think was managing all of that? He was. He was managing their colonies. So he had first crack at a lot of things that a lot of other people did not see. So you got to understand, all these men, most of these early historians in Europe, many of them study what's called colonial geography. The average person studying geography doesn't know about that because there's technically no more colonies. So these people were studying places that they actually owned. So if you talk about French Guinea-Bissau and West Africa, they owned that. You talk about Senegal being a Francophile country speaking French. They owned Senegal. You understand? So their knowledge of the histories of these places was much deeper than most people understood. Listen to what he said. Cool. The black, right. Now this is in the 19th century. Okay, the early 19th. Now in 1844, what was our people doing?
1844.
Yeah, in America, what was black people doing in 1844?
Picking cotton.
We was picking cotton.
Right.
So we were picking cotton. We didn't know nothing about this. We didn't know nothing about this. This man at that time, look, 1844, do you see it?
Yes.
All right, this book is published in 1844, which means, he says, the black race, long the most numerous, first overpowered. Hold on. Did I mention that he was the head of the French Navy? Yes. Did I mention that he studied colonial geography? Yes. Did I mention that he managed all of the colonies? Right. Check out what he said. Now, this is in the 19th century, while we enslaved. Look at what he says. At the same time that the French are also enslaving the Africans as well, look at what he says. The black race. Now as a head of the Navy, what's your job? Your job is to know what the most important threat is, or most important potential threat is, which means you have to know the true identity and nature of a threat that has yet to happen. Now, see, everybody else on the ground was looking at it one way, but look how he was looking at it. And he wrote in this book, the General Outline of Africa, the black race, long the most numerous, first overpowered and dominated the whites. But the latter, meaning the whites, having gradually multiplied, shook off the yoke of their masters. I read that again. The latter, meaning the white people, having gradually multiplied, shook off the yoke of their masters. Who were the masters? The blacks. The black race. I'll read it again because everybody ain't got reading comprehension. The black race, long the most numerous, first overpowered and dominated the whites. But the latter, meaning the whites, having gradually multiplied. So if they had to multiply to get out of their bondage from us, that means we had them for what? Generations. Remember when Jabari said, oh, but we didn't enslave their children. And we didn't have them intergenerate. Like Dr. Clark said, every time you speak, you only tell me what you have not read. Okay? Look at this. He says, but the latter, meaning white people, having gradually multiplied, shook off the yoke of their masters. The ex-slave, the white man, he now, in modern times, he becomes the ex-slave. So you don't think of the white man as the ex-slave. We always think of him as the ex-master, as our former master. You never think of him as your former slave. He tells you right here, the ex-slave becoming master in his turn, condemned the blacks to bear the chains that he had just broken. Centuries have passed, but his anger is not yet appeased. So in other words, what he is documenting is that when blacks and whites first met in history, the blacks dominated the whites, overpowered them, and had condemned them to slavery. And that the white man and woman, by multiplying, they broke the yoke of slavery, they broke the yoke of being enslaved on the black people, and then they used that as a justification to turn around and enslave their former masters. That's what happened. But they don't want to tell you that part because then they have to admit that they were conquered by us. Now, how can you admit that you're conquered by us in one breath, but in the next breath you're telling people that we can't think, we can't spell, we have brains like monkeys? Didn't they say that? Didn't they say we belong to the monkey tribe and all this other stuff? So it's gonna make you feel good to admit that you were conquered and enslaved by monkeys? Did that make sense to you? Of course not. You're gonna try and bury it, which is what they did. You're gonna try and no. And you can't say that they used that. You can't say, oh no, he only wrote that to justify enslaving black people. Well, if you think that that's what they wrote to justify enslaving black people, then you really don't know scholarship. You really don't know that the particular scholarship that they produced to justify enslaving black people. But I'm giving this to my brother, right? Look, don't ever let me tell you something. I'm not stupid. I know, but they always say never forget where you come from. I came from HOK. I came from sa.neter TV. Okay? So I don't mind sharing this with my brother. Here we go. Right? So this is what Armand David Zach Makaya said in his book L'Afrique Ancienne, Paris Dido, published in 1844. So that means you had white people in 1844 in France, the head of the Navy, of the French Naval Department, managing their colonies and studying colonial geography, who knew that black people in ancient times had been the masters, and that we had indeed enslaved white people, and that white people had multiplied, which means we had them for generations. That's how they got free, multiplying. They increased their numbers. And by increasing their numbers, they were able to get out from under that yoke. And then years later, what do they say? He says the ex-slave becoming master in his turn, condemning the blacks to do what? To bear the chains that he himself had just broken. Centuries have passed, but his anger is not yet appeased. And you know why I wanted to read that to you? Because all I ever see on Facebook is, why do white people hate us so much? Why do white people hate us so much? Well, maybe if your ass read a history book, you would know why. Now you know why when he sees you in the streets, he shoots you. Because he fears you. Didn't Frances Cress Welsing say it was fear? She told you it was genetic annihilation. Nah, dude, that's part of it. See, the problem is that we don't know how to see ourselves through the eyes of white people. We don't know what they see when they look at us. So if they look at us, and that shit is, you know, we were talking about genetic memory and it's in the DNA. They remember that shit. Why you think they get so nervous when so many of us come around and move into their neighborhoods and all of that? Because we overpower all the time. Don't we overpower on the basketball court? Don't we overpower them in the boxing ring? Don't we overpower them on the football court? Don't we overpower them? And no matter, we overpower them. We overpower them in academia too. Yes, we do. Okay, yes, we do. You're going to find that out too. Here we go. Let's keep it popping. There he goes. The black race, this is it. The black race, long the most numerous, first overpowered and dominated the whites. But the latter, having gradually multiplied, shook off the yoke of their masters. These were the masters. The ex-slave, meaning the whites, right? Becoming master in his turn, condemned the blacks to bear the chains he had just broken. Centuries have passed, but his anger is not yet appeased. Yes. Hold on. Right? Now you're going to say, oh, but now I just gave you Dope and I gave you Armand David Zach, who Dope relied upon, by the way. That was Dope's source right there. That's one of Dope's sources. That's how I discovered him. Keep telling y'all better spend more time in them footnotes. All right? Go through the book, but spend time in the footnotes. Go to the sources and then study the sources, because that's what I do. Here you go. Right? Now I'm going to explain something to you. Turn it back this way. Remember I told you your man David Bullitt said, you told me you don't mention his name, but okay, you can cut it out. Remember I told you this dude on YouTube made a video saying don't support Shakka's cause because he's talking about black people enslaving white people. And he said the same shit. We ain't going to be able to get reparations if we talking about this. They back on that faggot shit, waiting for reparations. Nah. Okay, look. Part of the reason they try to sell you that stuff about ancient Egypt being pacifist and all kind and humble is that they don't. All right, in ancient Egypt, what do they say about Set, the god Set?
They say that Set was he was the bad one.
He was the bad one, right? What do say? What do white people say about black people?
Oh, we the bad people. We bad,
right? Mm-hmm. So what you did? So if they're telling you your history, everything that's bad is actually what?
It's black.
No, but everything that's bad is going to actually be what? The opposite.
Oh, okay.
Good.
Right.
You understand?
But you said everything that's bad is.
Watch. I'm gonna show you what I'm talking about.
What question you asking?
What did they tell you Set was? They tell you Set was the bad god, right? Let's see if that's true. Here we go. The golden question. What about the sa.neter Set? What are we to think about him? What does the Oxford Dictionary say? Now, mind you, all of this is from my course on ShakkaAhmoseUniversity.com. ShakkaAhmoseUniversity.com. You're going to see the link in the bottom of this video. Okay? If the link is not in the bottom of the video, this is stolen information. Right? So, here you go. The golden question. What about the Neter set? Right? It says, what I said here is, we're taught. I said, what are we taught about him? What does Oxford Dictionary say? So we're going to go to these conventional sources. It says, Seth, also Set, proper noun, Egyptian mythology. What? An evil god. Do you see that? An evil god who murdered his brother Osiris and wounded Osiris' son Horus. Set is represented as having the head of an animal with a long pointed snout. So now, according to them, Set was evil. Right? Well, let's take a look. This is from the book The Nile, an Egyptian Civilization by Ahmose. He was a professor at the French Academy. He was a professor in the French Academy. If you take my course, you can see all of his credentials, who he was. He was an actual scholar and an academic. What he said is this. We have seen the falcon become a god and assume various aspects. First of all, a sky god of Letopolis with the name Horus of the two eyes and king of Lower Egypt. And he was the rival of the god who? sa.neter, the king of Upper Egypt. Now watch this. On the temple walls of all the periods, we find sa.neter as the god of what? Foreign lands, bringing what? Captive foreigners to the king. I'll read that again. On all the temple walls of all the periods, we find sa.neter as the god of foreign lands, bringing captive foreigners to the king, and taking part as an Egyptian god in the ceremonies of the coronation. Now, if he's an evil god, what I would show you, if I could show you the rest of this motif, is if you see what's in Set's hand, number one, he has an ankh. As an ankh, that means he has life. He offers life in his hand. He also has the Wa scepter, which is rulership. Okay? Which means Set is ruling, and it also means that he offers life. But what's even more important is in his hands, I didn't put the other piece in here, but in his hands, these are chains. At the bottom of the chains, all you're going to see is slaves, captive slaves. Okay? Damn. These are chains in his hands. And he's bringing slaves. Hold on. Not only is he bringing slaves, but what does it tell you? It tells you that Set was also, he took part as an Egyptian god in the ceremonies of the coronation. Meaning that when the king was being, for lack of a better word, enthroned, when the king was being enthroned, it wasn't just, because look, on the throne, right? When the pharaoh sits on the throne and he's alive, who is he? He's supposed to be Horus, right? That's a lie. And
Hey, Apostle, did you make a mistake and hit this link? Because this the wrong link for you, brother.
Why is it the wrong link for me?
Because this is dealing with real, true history. It's not dealing with make-believe stuff, brother.
Oh, it's dealing with real, true history.
Yes, indeed. Okay. This is dealing with real.
Ancestors that were.
Hold on, listen. This is dealing with real, true facts, history. It's not dealing with no other, make-believe stuff, brother.
Okay, so once again, our ancestors that were taken from Africa in slavery were at war. And we are prisoners of ancestors that were prisoners of war. So they were actually fighting who? When they was taken captive. Who were they fighting? Number one. Number
Go ahead
two,
and say it. Go ahead and say it, brother. Tell us.
I'm asking the question, who?
No, you teaching right now. Go ahead and teach.
No, I'm not teaching, brother. I'm asking the question based on what was said in the presentation, that we are ancestors or prisoners of war, that our ancestors were at war when they were taken into slavery from Africa. And I'm saying, who were we fighting? Who were they fighting? That's all. And when
Asal, who were they fighting, Asal?
So the Africans were fighting the white people at the time. So you
what
telling
white
us
people?
your ancestors are white?
What white people?
Higgakasu at
Oh,
the time. See,
oh.
there's a few black leaders of the Higgakasu. Y'all don't know them. Y'all don't claim them when I ask y'all about them. But if you're claiming to be the Timahu who were
Tamahu.
in Syria, you would be the European. We got pictures of y'all.
Who's y'all?
The white people that you claiming to be your ancestors.
No, I'm saying my ancestors were slaves. What are you
Right,
talking
that's what
about?
you said. Who was we fighting? Who were they fighting?
Who's your ancestors?
According to Shakka, we
I'm quite
are
sure you
not
can see his sources. He
descendants
told you
of
the sources.
slaves. Hold tight, son. Let me make it plain. According to what Shakka said, why are we saying we are descendants of slaves when we really are descendants of people that were at war?
He didn't say we were descendants of slaves. He was telling y'all to stop saying that. He said we were prisoners of war.
Can you understand me?
No, no, I
Look
can't.
one more time. Listen one more time.
Okay.
Shaka just said, why are we saying we were descendants of slaves?
Okay.
Why are we saying that? When we were actually warriors, descendants of warriors that was fighting.
Yes.
And I'm saying, who our ancestors, who were they fighting?
So now you're saying the Egyptian were your ancestors?
No, the Egyptians wasn't taken into slavery.
So who are your ancestors you talking about, brother?
My ancestors that I can name by name: Charles
Who?
Anson
Who?
Campbell,
Who?
Charles Anson.
No, stop, man. You keep saying they were fighting my ancestors. Did you hear him say that or saw him, Carl?
He just said that.
He just said it. That's
And
why
then
I'm
I
asking
just
you.
asked you if the Egyptians was your ancestors. You
That's
said
why I asked
No,
you.
the Egyptians were not taken into slavery.
So who were your ancestors then?
The Egyptians were not taken into slavery and brought to America. Stop lying.
No, slow down, Speedy. Speedy, slow down.
Those Africans
Hey,
were taken.
Apostle, when I say stop, you gotta stop. No, listen, brother, I'm gonna let you talk, but I'm trying to get clear. You said Shaka said that these were stop saying these are slaves. And then you said, well, who were my ancestors fighting? That's what you said. And then I said, so are you saying that the ancestors was the Kemetics? And you said no. So who are these people that you calling your ancestors? That's what I'm asking you.
Are the slaves
Who are they?
that were taken? They were Hebrews.
Oh, so you
That
said
came
that?
into Africa.
Oh,
Were living among the Africans. Okay, and they were taken into slavery, brought to America.
source that. Source it right now.
What you mean source it?
That's all Shaka been doing. Sourcing it up.
Listen, I can
Because
source it.
not one time did Shaka mention a Hebrew Israelite.
He didn't have to. I'm here, and my ancestors that were brought here were descendants of Hebrews.
So now
They
you're
brought
saying,
it from Portugal.
so are you saying that the Hebrews were enslaved in Africa? That the Egyptians had them in slavery? Are you saying
Not
that?
the Egyptians. I'm
Who?
saying the white man.
Oh man,
Not
now
the Egyptians.
what the
But
hell?
they wasn't at war when they were captured. They're fighting.
Hey, Malcolm, hold up. Malcolm said, sir, I wish you had the same energy for Inky, for Dr. Inky. I got the energy for your ass, Malcolm. Pop your ass up in here
Yeah.
and let me get
Yeah.
some energy to your ass.
I like to
You
hear what Jabari and them got to
you
say.
are a punk and you are a coward and you ain't gonna pop up. You're gonna stay in the chat room and do your little girly thing on the computer, bro. So I got energy for your punk coward ass, man. Step up in here, man. Step up in here. Y'all always come.
Even though we are not going to get reparations,
Stop coming for
even
me, man.
though we are not going to get reparations, anybody out there fighting for reparations, I admire them. At least they doing something. He got the nerve to call them faggots because they are trying to make the difference, even though it's not going to happen. I admire their effort for trying. At least they just not sitting back on the corner talking trash, gluing hair pieces on their skull. Because 2 weeks ago he ain't have it on there. There's some crazy stuff, man, going on in this world. We ain't got long here. Don't you know right now, 800 generals of the United States, all phases of their military, is meeting in Virginia at Mount Olympia, discussing what's going on. All 5 branches of the military.
You moving the goalposts right now.
I'm not moving no goalposts. I'm saying we ain't got long.
Oh, hey, hold on, brother. I'm asking you a question. Are you saying that the Hebrews was enslaved in Kemet, in Egypt? Are you saying that, brother?
Sure, at one time we were. At one time we were, yes.
Can you give me a date on that, brother? Can you source that?
It was around between the 17 BC and 1700 BCs and 1500 BCs, during the time that a foreign government was in control in Egypt called the Hyksos. And the Hyksos died when they pursued us in the Reed Sea and then destroyed them and their pharaoh. And that's how Egypt, the regular Egyptians, were able to get back to freedom and get back in charge of their country. But there's many times when the pure-blooded Kemet people have been dominated by foreign people, have came in and took control of their country. Many times that's happened. They were under foreign rulership. It just had happened. The Hyksos controlled for 300 to 400 years. And during that time, we came in as friends, invited in, but during the time we was there arose a pharaoh that didn't know Joseph and saw how brilliant we were and how we were growing faster than the Egyptians that they conquered, and said, come, let us deal wisely with them before they overtake us and put us in bondage.
You mind if I show the brother something? I would like him to see if he can recognize himself. If you don't mind if I share something, brother Sha. Did we lose you?
There's a book written by not George G.M. James, it's written by Edgar Shaw, and it's called The Expulsion of the Black Hebrew Jew from Portugal and Spain. And it was written in the 1500s. Get the book, Edgar Shaw. the expulsion of the black Hebrew Jew from Portugal and Spain. Get the book.
That's not Kemet though, brother. Who was calling themselves a Hebrew in Kemet in the 1700 BC?
The Hyksos were Hebrews.
The Hyksos weren't Hebrews. They were just
the Hyksos were Hebrews. Descendants of
Apostle, listen for a minute, y'all. Listen for a minute. Hold up. Did the ancient Egyptians enslave the Israelites in ancient Egypt?
The Bible describes the ancient Israelites as slaves in Egypt before the Exodus, but archaeological and historical evidence does not definitively confirm this mass enslavement or Exodus.
Definitively confirms
narrative as an origin myth with a possible kernel of historical memory, possibly reflecting Egyptian domination over Canaan or a smaller group's migration and departure from Egypt.
See, he's telling you this. Hey, Pastor, relax. Let me talk, brother. I don't want to scream today, brother. Let me talk.
I don't want to either, but just
letting you know only in biblical stories, man. Not in real history, bro.
What that says is archaeology has not been able to prove that.
Yeah, it's not in real history. He's telling me
it doesn't matter.
Bro, Apostle, I just said I didn't want to scream, brother. It's gonna let me talk. You can talk, then I talk like that. So he's letting you know, not in real history, but in biblical life. Yes, but the scholars, they don't find none of that nowhere in Egypt. That's what he's telling you. Go ahead.
I wanted to share.
No. He said I can go after you. No.
I need you to verify yourself.
Hey, hold up. No, we need order.
Then you can go, sir.
Right. Just like the story I was saying yesterday, I couldn't think of the king's name. His name is Gilgamesh. Which is said to be Nimrod. Gilgamesh. They found his tomb. Now y'all ought to believe. I mean, I looked at the tomb. It's a tomb of a man 9 foot tall. They're talking about him like they talked about Akhenaten, because Akhenaten does not look like a normal Egyptian. His body is deformed. His head is deformed. His wife, who is his sister, head is deformed. His children's head is deformed. And not only that, the statues are not like normal human skulls.
All right, Apostle, listen. Was Nimrod tomb found?
No, Gilgamesh.
No, Gilgamesh. Yo, be quiet, man. Yo. You gotta
the
stop,
tomb of the biblical
man.
figure Nimrod has not been definitively found or archaeologically verified by consensus. While some researchers have made claims, it remains legendary. The ancient city of Nimrud, Kalhu, named after him by later Arabs, has been excavated, but his tomb has not been located there.
Gilgamesh.
To be fair with Apostle Sa, he did say Gilgamesh, but here's what it said about Gilgamesh. Listen, Gilgamesh was a historical, it says, was King Gilgamesh found? No confirmed discovery of King Gilgamesh's body or tomb has ever been made.
Okay, that's what they're saying.
Now,
but there sure is a videotape out there of it.
Now, I would
after the war, they went in there and they found it.
Brother, I would like to pull up the archaeological record, if you don't mind me sharing.
Go ahead, pull it up, man.
Let's take him to Kemet, where he claims he sees this stuff at. So I'm about to ask you something else. Look at
it. What's up?
Shah, can I share the screen? Tell me if y'all see the screen share when I do it. Let me see.
Just be honest, man. Don't say I claimed it. Don't do that.
Well, you just told us that you was in ancient Egypt, right? Can y'all see the screen?
No, I didn't say I was in ancient Egypt. Don't say that.
No, you said the Hyksos, your ancestors,
The
right?
Hyksos were not my ancestors.
And you said those are Jews, right?
No, I said they were Hebrew. That's
You said
different.
they're Hebrews.
They're Hebrews.
Should
You
have
can
just
be
said they're
Hebrew
Semitic because the
and
word
not be
Hebrew
a
didn't
Jew.
exist at that time.
But Jews are Hebrews.
No, Jews are Semitic people.
Jews are Hebrews from
No, there's
Abraham.
some Hebrews who are Jews, but Hebrew didn't exist at that time. So can y'all see my screen?
Hebrews existed in Abraham's time.
Can y'all see
No.
my screen?
Hebrew comes
I
from.
haven't changed your screen yet, sir. He's
Stop.
on the phone. He don't even hear you talking to him.
Sa, if you could share my screen real quick, I want to see if he can
I mean, get it right.
see this.
Don't
Can y'all see
stick to
this?
me.
Sorry, he's on the phone talking. He don't even hear you.
Let me know when he.
So you saying the Hyksos didn't rule in Egypt?
So what we want to
Are
look
you
at the
saying the
archaeological
Hyksos
fact.
did not rule in Egypt?
The Hyksos saying Hebrews in Egypt.
I
That's what you're
said,
trying to
are
claim?
you saying that the Hyksos did not rule in Egypt?
The Hyksos ruled in Egypt. Some
Same
of them,
thing.
yeah.
God damn it, same thing.
But now no Hebrews,
playing with
not
words.
the same thing. Stop playing with people.
Stop playing with words.
Stop playing with
Hyksos
people.
or Hyksos.
So
Stop
which
playing
Hebrews was in
with
Egypt?
words.
Which Hebrews was in Egypt?
I said the Hyksos.
So like I asked you before when you said I didn't say that, you saying the Hyksos are Hebrews?
Yes.
You're wrong.
They are from Abraham's seed.
You're wrong.
Oh, okay.
Not
I'm wrong.
only are you wrong, when they're told that they're going to be taken from Megiddo over to Syria in the place that is now Israel, they said they are going to kill us. They are our enemies. So if you
That's
don't
right.
even know
That's why
Josephus'
they conquered
record,
you.
you probably shouldn't speak on it.
That's why they conquered you, because they're your enemy. In the
They didn't
1750s,
conquer us. They got invited
during the
in
time
because
of
they wanted
Abraham.
to come in.
That's why they
Once they
conquered
came
you.
in, they multiplied. Once they
They
sold gold,
conquered
they
you.
got chased to Megiddo.
They
Then
conquered
Ahmose
you and
and their
died in
father
the Reed
chased
Sea.
them out of there.
No, you didn't chase nothing out
And
of
we got
nowhere.
branded.
You're lying.
You're lying. And
You're lying.
Josephus records
Like
will
as
tell
if
you
you
that.
are an
Would you like to
Egyptian.
debate it out?
Nigga, you ain't no Egyptian.
Would you like to
You
debate
right there
it?
from
You ain't no
West
Hebrew.
Africa.
You
Like
can't even speak Semitic. So you're wrong. Not only
the
do you not know
Hyksos
the record,
kicked
you
Egypt
lying on the record.
behind.
Who?
The Hyksos kicked y'all
You're an
behind.
Egyptian
Took the
Hyksos.
country
So you don't know what
for
you're
over
talking about.
400
The word
years. They
Hyksos
ruled
means
in
leader.
Egypt.
It means leader and it means king. And it also
Yeah,
means
right.
foreign king. So since you don't know the language and you don't know what you're talking about, and you don't know that it's not even Hyksos, it's actually Hyksos,
It don't matter,
you
man.
can speak on it.
The
Because you're
book
wrong.
says Hyksos.
No, it's
They're
called
known in history
because you
as
speak
Hyksos.
English. It's
Pull
called
it up.
Hyksos.
No.
I'm
I
pulling
know
it
about
up.
the
So I ain't
Hyksos.
sharing the
It's the
screen.
same thing.
Share my screen real quick.
All right?
We're gonna put him on the spot real quick. We're gonna look at these Amu come in town who he claims.
Amu. Who that?
And then we're gonna look at the Hyksos real quick.
Yeah.
You see, I ain't sharing the screen. He trying to say you because he love you.
No. You just don't want to see your lies that we done seen told all the time.
Oh man, I done covered you up
We
about
done seen
18
these
times.
lies. We done
We done
seen
covered you
these
up about
lies, man.
18 times.
Don't nobody lie like the Egyptian.
I be bringing so much truth. When I bring the truth,
Oh,
you
man,
hop off,
please.
you be hopping off
Please.
the link.
Your ass
Like, you
ran
hop
away
off
from
the
me on the
link.
line
Explain
still.
yourself.
Shut up, man. I don't want to hear that shit.
Of course you don't want to hear it because you be dead wrong.
You know, your ass ran away from me on the line still.
On the
Ran
line.
your ass.
We were supposed to have that debate, family. You ain't want to debate that.
Your ass
You said,
ran.
"Oh, you right. You right."
Your ass ran.
Remember when we talked on the phone?
Your ass ran. Never
No, you
showed
ran.
up.
Remember? I said, "Oh, the tectonic plate is where?" You said, "Oh, you right, brother. Hold up.
There's
Let's think
many
of a different
tectonic
debate."
plates. What are you talking about?
That's what you said.
There are many tectonic plates. What are you talking about?
You know exactly what I'm talking about.
No, I don't know what you're talking about. I know you didn't show up for the debate.
I know you're wrong about the Hyksos.
I know you didn't show up for the debate.
I know you because we didn't set no debate. You ran
And
from it.
right there in the chat,
You
I
ran
see the
from
word
it.
Hyksos. Everybody know who the Hyksos is.
Hyksos means shepherd king.
Yeah. Everybody know who they are.
Until I pull up the
Descendants of
Egyptian
Abraham,
Hyksos. When I pull up them
Jacob
Egyptian
was a
Hyksos, what you
descendant of
gonna say
Abraham,
then?
whose
When
name
I
was
pull up them
changed to
Egyptian
Israel.
Hyksos, what you
And
gonna say
those that
then?
come from Israel are the Jews.
Israel didn't exist.
He did exist.
It
I
didn't
don't know why you
exist.
say he didn't.
Which Hyksos is named Israel? And you notice in your Bible, no,
None.
don't lie, because your
never
Bible
said
says somebody
not
is named
one
Israel.
Hyksos
So which
is
Hyksos
named
was named
Israel.
Israel? Tell us right
Not
now.
one Hyksos
Exactly.
is
So
named
stop lying
Israel.
to the people. Israel didn't
Jacob
exist.
is named Israel.
Israel didn't exist, brother.
Okay, right.
So
Right.
audience,
And
we
so
just
does
asked
the
them,
12 tribes.
which Hyksos was named Israel?
And so
He said
does the
not one
12
of them.
tribes.
Not one of them. You know why he said not one of them is named Israel? It's because not a Hyksos was named Israel, even though his Bible has a full-blown story about somebody named Israel who starts the town of Israel. And he can't say Moses because Moses was told he could not meet Israel. Tell the truth, apostle.
But he is not Jacob. He came after Jacob. So it is
Jacob.
What
Which
are you talking
Hyksos
about,
is named
man?
Jacob?
You're talking nonsense.
Okay, tell us which Hyksos is named Jacob.
No Hyksos is named Jacob.
So y'all heard that again.
Abraham had 8 sons. Abraham had 8 sons. One of his sons is the father of the Hyksos.
All right. Apostle, this is how you kill a pseudo. Abraham had 8 sons, right, Apostle?
That's right.
Can you show us one? Give us one of them.
Esau. No, excuse me.
No. I'm saying bring forth. Show us who he is. Show us who he is. Where's his tomb? Where's his tomb?
The father there.
Listen to me. Where's his tomb? Can you show us one that was a real man?
No man. Show me Shakka. Shakka,
There
the
you
king.
go.
Shakka, the king in South Africa, the Zulus. Show me his tomb.
We
There you go. Listen, check this out, y'all. Be quiet. Be quiet for a minute. We are talking about a figure, right, who posed to be so dominant and powerful all over the world. This is Adam you're talking about. You said he had 8 sons. Can you show us one? Not 2, not 3, not 4, not 8 of them. Just show us one that was real. Give us one.
Ishmael.
Give us the tomb. Where's it at?
Afri. Where Africa comes from.
Because it's all mythology, man.
It doesn't matter, son. You don't have to believe,
real, man.
You don't have to believe, son.
Because
you don't believe, don't make it a lie.
Apostle, I don't want to scream over you, brother. It's sad, brother, that you you up in age over here, brother, and you still doing the fairy tale stuff. But I don't want to be the one to bring down your blood pressure. I got love for you, Apostle. You know I checked on you every day, and I don't want to be the one to bring up your blood pressure. So, brother, just calm down, man. Stop talking this foolishness, brother.
And Sa, I just want to say the grave of King Shakka. Wait, hold up one second.
Harami. Did Harami live?
Yeah, you did ask where was Shaka's grave, and it says the grave of King Shakka Kasinzan Gokona, Shaka Zulu, is located in Kwadukoza, formerly Stanger, KwaZulu-Natal, South Africa.
Right.
Hey, I need you to look up. Hold up. I need you, Rakufu, to look up Adam's sons, 8 sons. See if you can find his 8 sons.
No, he said Abraham.
Abraham, look up Abraham 8 sons. See if Abraham, if you can find one of them.
Okay. Y'all crazy, man.
Nah, you crazy, bro.
Arabs that Ishmael ain't real. The Arabs that Ishmael ain't real.
Okay, the Hebrew Bible records that Abraham had 8 sons
Like
by 3 different women. Below are their names, mothers, and what's known or not known about their burial sites.
Of course not.
Mother, Hagir, Genesis 16:15. Traditional burial, Bible burial at the family tomb of his people between Havilah and Shur, Genesis 25:17 through 8. Later tradition, some Islamic traditions associate him with the Hijaz region of Arabia, Mecca, Medina, and some identify the Hajir Ishmael near the Kaaba in Mecca as a resting place. Archaeological status, no confirmed grave. Hey, so it says, you heard that, side?
Yeah.
Status, no confirmed grave.
Okay.
Why is
No,
It doesn't have to be.
You can find one. You said find one. Number 2, Isaac, mother Sarah, Genesis 21:3. Burial site, cave of Machpelah, tomb of the patriarchs. Hebron, Genesis 35:29. Present day Hebron, West Bank. Inside the Herodian era structure, revered by Jews, Christians, and Muslims, sons of Keturah. And then it just goes on. But I don't see where it's telling us where we can actually go. All of them is like nothing is there's nowhere you can actually see it.
All right, thank you, brother. That's good enough, man. I mean, we already know that all of this stuff is make believe. The only one that don't know it yet, is Apostle. He's the only one still here playing his brother. I'm talking, Apostle. I don't want to talk over you. He's the only one here right now that's still playing this make believe game, and you're too old for that, brother. You got to deal with real history. It comes a time where you're gonna have to teach. You got a lot of grandchildren, my brother. And you're going to have to start teaching them real stuff, man. Real history, Apostle. Real stuff.
I'm teaching them valuable stuff, man.
Okay.
That's valuable to
Good.
this.
Just don't teach them about Jesus and none of that, man.
Because your soul is lost. I'm not. Don't put nobody. Don't condemn other people with you. Because your soul is lost.
So the narrative runs like this, Apostle. You've seen the movie Mufasa with the
No, I haven't seen that.
Never seen. Okay, in the Lion King, it was a brother, and it was his father, and it was him, the Lion King.
I didn't watch cartoons.
Okay,
I don't watch cartoons.
The father sold out to the jackals and had the uncle did to get a little bit of paper. That's what the Hebrew, they sold out. Y'all really Africans, but y'all didn't sold out to be valuable, quotes, to get money from your white daddies. It's all good though.
Yeah, no, I'm more than just an African, man.
It's all good.
I'm more than just an African. I'm a real-blooded American. Also.
Oh, is it Sharon? Let's get into it. Here we go. So, Apostle, let's take a look real quick, right? This is the historical archaeological record.
That looks like a painting to me, man, on the wall.
Yeah, this is an archaeological record on the wall.
No, it's not archaeological.
Yes, it is.
It looks like a painting to me on the wall.
No, man, it's archaeological evidence, brother.
You got a date on it?
They did painting, brother. They did that. They did the drawing and all that.
Does it say who did it and when?
Yeah, it does.
Yes.
When does it say
you gotta read
understand. Right now you're talking, so you ain't gonna know.
It don't say who did it and when.
It does.
Now, when we get here, and this is because you can't read, but we can. This right here says Sesh. That's what he is. That's what he is. These are two scribes. And his name here is Nefer-Hotep. This is Nefer-Hotep, presenting some Tinahu and some Amu. Let's go up top real quick because we need to see who these Amu are.
Oh, sorry.
There's your famous word right here, Hick. This is their leader. You can see how he's dressed differently than they are. And we know this says E, bringing NF, Amu. These are those Asiatics that you claim to be. This is one of those tombs. And this is how many they brought. These are throw sticks, so you know they're barbarians.
Well, sorry. Not
Hold
even
up,
that.
okay, go ahead. Hold up, 1 sec, brother King J. This is 10, 20, 30, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So there's 37 Amu he brought for a particular king that is being presented by Neferhotep. And these are supposedly your ancestors here. Which one of these are you related to, my brother? There go two children over here. This is an archaeological record. And this is what I'm talking about. If we bring this up, now you might be related to this one who kind of got his hair combed out in the back. Is that you? Is that family? Here goes some ladies. Which one of these is the mama? Which one of these is your grandma? Here go another little kid right here. These are the Hikakasut. These are the Amu that you claim. Look, which one is family, homie? Talk to me, elder, because I know you know. And this is what happens when you talk about stuff you don't really know about and you haven't done the study for. When one of us could just pull it out and start reading it to you. Said you moot.
So
at least if you're going to talk about it, I never once said I was a Hakakasu.
Nah, but
I thought they was the Hebrews. I thought that was family. What happened?
But Apostle, real quick,
brother, Hebrews are many different people. Abraham had 8 sons. Each of them became known as Hebrews because Abraham was a Hebrew.
So Apostle,
do you understand that?
King James,
Apostle, real quick, what he just showed you was called the Beni Hassan mural. So
does it have a date on it?
Yeah, it dates probably to about 1700.
I mean, if it has a date, then you wouldn't have to say probably.
Well, that's the date. It's about the 12th dynasty.
About the 12th dynasty is not a date.
Okay, well, 12th dynasty. So
okay, so can you show me where it says the 12th dynasty?
It shows it all over it.
Because during the 12th dynasty, they didn't write 12th dynasty. That came later.
But listen,
I got it for him, King Jay. It's the Beni Hassan tomb mural is Middle Egypt date mainly to Egypt's Middle Kingdom, specifically 12th dynasty around 1900 to 1800 BCE.
So they don't know it exact. They got an approximate date.
Okay, but that's not the argument. That's not the argument.
But see, y'all be arguing that these dates are exact.
But hold on, let's stay on the point, Apostle. What he's trying to show you was that the Amu coming in from the Levant into Egypt. I
don't care about the Amu.
But
the
listen,
point was,
hold on. He's showing you
Apostle, you gotta let the man finish, bro. Please, bro.
He's showing you the proto, what you're calling proto-Hebrew into, you know what I'm saying, from the Levant. But I would argue that not even that, it probably ain't even them, Asar. It's probably because we could say it's the Shashu. Could be possibly a tribe that would be, I would consider probably more than the Proto-Hebrews than the Amu. You know what I'm saying?
The Shashu Yahu.
The Shashu, yeah.
The Shashu Reuben, who are actually named after the supposed Hebrews in their Bible. And these ain't those people, but these is the Hikakasut that we just read. And he ain't none of them. And he ain't claiming none of them. And he don't look like none of them. And he ain't say nobody was a grandma. He ain't even want to claim the babies in the picture. Brother.
Thank you, brother, because I'm not them. So stop trying to say I'm claiming to be them.
He just blew himself up.
That's an ignorant statement of you to make.
No,
I am not a Hikakasu.
But you
never claimed to be Hikakasu.
Right? Hey,
let's get your lying ass.
Hey,
your own demon.
Hold on. Apostle, can you hear the people speaking? Yes? No? You can't hear them? Can you hear them when they speak?
I heard Asa.
Because you can't hear nobody when they talking.
I heard both of them talking.
So why are you still talking over them when you hear them?
Both of them were talking at the same time.
No, you're the one that
wasn't true. They were talking at the same time. But you only heard me.
Yes.
Yeah. But both of them were talking at the same time.
Apostle, I was talking too. You didn't hear me?
No, I didn't hear you.
I was telling you
That would be
that,
three people talking.
but
But you only heard me.
Apostle, I was just asking you because you said you weren't them people, but you did claim at the very same breath that the father of all of those people is Abraham. So through the blood of Abraham, all of y'all is family.
In that sense, you can claim that.
Okay.
But it's not the same. Like I say, they were Hebrews.
So let's go back to the
They are
original
not
question.
Israelites.
So, Brother Apostle, remember the original
You
question?
can be a Hebrew and
So,
not be an Israelite.
Yeah,
Brother
because you said that
Jose
Ishmael got the same blood as Abraham, but he's not a Hebrew.
He's a Hebrew.
Back-
Ishmael was a Hebrew.
Okay.
Hold up, though. But Apostle, you told us, who are we fighting? Who is my family fighting in ancient Egypt? You told us.
I didn't say ancient Egypt.
You told us.
I was saying in Africa when we were taking slaves.
Bro,
by who?
In Africa, in Western Africa.
You was trying to correct.
No, Shakka said we are descendants of warriors. We were at war when we were taking slaves and brought to America. So I said, if we are at war, who are we fighting?
He covered who we was fighting.
No, he didn't.
And then you got into
The
this.
them slaves were taking slavery. They wasn't at war. They were sold into slavery. They were snatched into slavery. And they wasn't at war.
They were fighting each other. The Hami clan was fighting other.
Man, go ahead. You don't know what the hell you talking about. They were taken from Western Africa north all the way down to Angola.
Okay, so then they was at war. What you mean? Man. Talking about, man? You sound confused.
So stop that, man. Ain't nobody was fighting. What war were we fighting? My grandfather, when his mother was taking a slave, she wasn't at war. She was taking a slave with her child in her belly, giving birth to him 2 days off a slave ship in St. Augustine, Florida. He wasn't at no damn war. I know where my people come from.
How can you become captive if you're not at war?
You know what I'm saying? I know where they came from. I know who they were.
No, you don't.
I can go back 7 generations in my family.
No.
Each and every one.
You talking about in America, right?
I'm talking about from Africa to America. The plantation.
Okay, not a problem. All right. So, you know, it's no mean feelings and no hard feelings. We just having fun. That's all we do. I mean, what's the point? Look, Jabari and Garfield.
All right, this is what he said. Let's hear what Shakka said.
Turn it back over here. Sorry, not his cousin, Edward Livingston, his cousin by marriage, his relative by marriage. Edward Livingston was the second Secretary of State of the United States of America. Now, this man, Pascal Marie Armand, and I had to turn on Baba Heru. In fact, see, from Baba Heru, we had a discussion, and part of the Southern Europe, they was getting slaves. Why you think Southern Europe? They was getting slaves. He was a man who was born he was born in the French Pyrenees.
See, the problem is this, Apostle. What Shaka's doing right now, you don't do this. What Asar Imkar and Jay do, you don't do this. The only book you pull up because you believe that this is the world book and this is the only book I need. I don't need no other book. Just give me this. And this is the true living book of the world. I just need to know this. Shem, Ham, and Japheth, Adam's sons. And this is what you don't do. You don't go outside of that and read scholarship. So this is why Shaka know what he's talking about. Just pay attention. Listen, he's showing you a scholar.
Okay? Now, you got to understand why that's important. Turn it back over here. That's important because much of the wars between the blacks and the whites over the centuries went across the French.
See, he's talking about blacks and whites. He ain't talking about no goddamn Israelites, brother. He ain't talking about Israelites.
Pyrenees. A lot of people don't know that. I'm talking about from ancient Egyptian times. Yes. It was going across the French Pyrenees because the blacks had invaded into Southern Europe. That's right. Into Southern Europe. They was getting slaved. Why you think the term slave comes from Slav? Them Baltic areas and regions. It didn't start in the Hanseatic League with the Jews and the Arabs. It went back to ancient Egypt. They was taking slaves from that area.
See, he's not talking about no mythological make-believe bullshit with no Egypt and slaves. No, he not. No, he not. Because Shaka would be a fool to talk about, oh, the Hebrews was enslaved in Egypt. Shaka know better than that. So he ain't talking about that crazy stuff, bro.
What?
Nah, just listen, man. Just listen.
No, I'm asking you.
But you don't know that if your scholarship ain't going deep and hard enough. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you. Can't beat me up. Here we go. Look at this. This is what he said. In the book Afrique Tableau General, it's called A General Outline of Africa. And much of it deals with Carthage. But he touches on ancient Egypt as well. And he says, the black race, long the most numerous, first overpowered and what?
Let's deal with that. Much of it deals with Carthage, but some of it deals with Egypt. But at the same time, what blacks are he talking about? Is he talking about the Messiah? Is he talking about who?
I kind of see what you're saying, Apostle.
He's saying the blacks and the whites. What whites are he talking about?
He's talking about the ones in Egypt.
The Russians, the Germans.
He thought the one was in Egypt.
He's not being specific. He's saying the white and the blacks. What does that mean?
Who invaded Egypt? Who came in and invaded them?
The Hyksos did.
Right.
They were white people?
They were probably mixed.
Probably Arab and white.
Yeah,
they were probably mixed.
There's mixed, European and Arab.
I wanted to
They were probably mixed. That's all I'm saying.
He'll probably go in on it and tell us.
What did I say? Dominated the whites. Okay, not a problem. All right. Dominated. Okay, find my pen for me now because it ain't over there. I don't know why I keep losing that pen.
Stand up. Might try.
So his expertise was colonial geography. So when the French came and they colonized all of West Africa.
All right, so now we know he's talking about the French. When the French came and they colonized all of Africa, all right, let's go.
And they colonized parts of North Africa, including the areas near Egypt, right? Who do you think was managing all of that? He was. He was managing their colonies. So he had first crack at a lot of things that a lot of other people did not see. So you got to understand, all these men, most of these early historians in Europe, many of them study what's called colonial geography. The average person studying geography doesn't know about that because there's technically no more colonies. So these people were studying places that they actually owned. So if you talk about French Guinea-Bissau and West Africa, they owned that. You talk about Senegal being a Francophile country speaking French, they owned Senegal. You understand? So their knowledge of the histories of these places was much deeper than most people understood. Listen to what he said. Cool. The black, right. Now this is in the 19th century. Okay, the early 19th. Now in 1844, what was our people doing?
1844?
Yeah, in America, what was black people doing in 1844?
Picking cotton.
We was picking cotton.
Right.
So we were picking cotton. We didn't know nothing about this. We didn't know nothing about this. This man at that time, look, 1844, do you see it?
Yes.
All right, this book is published in 1844, which means, he says, the black race, long the most numerous, first overpowered. Hold on, did I mention that he was the head of the French Navy? Yes. Did I mention that he studied colonial geography? Yes. Did I mention that he managed all of the colonies? Right. Check out what he said. Now, this is in the 19th century, while we enslaved.
See, Apostle, you're not on this level, bro. You're not on this level, brother.
You don't know what the hell you talking about.
You want to keep playing.
You don't know what the hell you talking about.
You know what I'm talking about. Let me talk. Why you keep talking when I'm talking? You want to keep on playing make believe and all of this stuff, man. This is real stuff, real history that Shakka's dealing with.
I got a college degree. What do you have?
You got a college degree and dumb as hell. You got a college degree and don't have no goddamn history. You got a college degree and you believe in mythological. You believe in that this stuff. So what the hell is that college degree getting you? Dumber and dumber. So that college degree don't mean a damn thing to me, Apostle.
Not to you, because you ain't got no damn.
I'm smarter than you.
No, you're not.
Smarter than you. I'm smarter than you. I'm smarter than you.
You are not smarter than me.
I'm smarter than you.
Apostle, you should be smart enough to know he's poking you.
Hey, Sa.
Oh, man, that's crazy, man.
I know.
No, I'm poking him.
All right, brother. All right, let's get back. Let's get back to it.
That's why I mentioned my degree.
Look at what he says. At the same time that the French are also enslaving the Africans as well. Look at what he says.
Asal, what you wanted to say real quick, Asal?
I want to back Shakka and show the primary evidence that he's talking about.
Go ahead.
So I'm going to share the screen one more time for y'all. He said what I've been talking about.
You're not sharing the screen.
No, I'm getting to it now.
Go ahead.
There it is. So he said what we should have known for years, right? They would brand people, and this is live science, in case anybody doesn't know, even though I know where the original is at. Small branding arms from ancient Egypt were likely used to mark the skin of human slaves. A new study suggests, and it really is an old study, because I said it a long time ago. He was privy to the conversation I was having with Garfield and them, and he knew as well. Here you can see them marking the arm with the mini brand holding the hand and the arm, and this is them marking them. This is the Remech marking them. So nobody can say, oh, he's pseudo. No, this is what happened. Let me blow it up for y'all. So you can see them branding the arm and holding the hand.
Yeah.
Branded, you go all that extracurricular. They would do this to females too. There's a story about a female who they branded, who later became a singer and I believe an oracle later on. So this, and she was Greek, if I'm not mistaken. She was some type of Greek or something. So here's his historical evidence for what's being said. It was already put on the walls and testified to.
What Shakka was talking about was here in America, how they branded the slaves in America, even though they would escape. Because of the brand, they would know who they belonged to. That's what he was talking about.
Yes.
Not to say what Asar is saying ain't true. It's probably true for back then. But Shakka wasn't talking about back then. He was talking about doing slavery here in America and how slaves were branded.
He was using that example.
Right. So it had nothing to do with Egypt. He wasn't talking about that point. It had nothing to do with Egypt. But that just goes to show
the black race.
When you say something, you ain't got to go back to Egypt.
Yeah,
but Egypt on a damn brand.
He was saying he was enslaved, Apostle. He was
all right. Back to the video.
Now, Matt, as a head of the Navy, what's your job? Your job is to know what the most important threat is.
The most important thing that I want to share with you, Apostle, and everybody else, notice Shakka is not talking about nothing in the goddamn Bible, because Shakka knows if he go into that Bible, he know he messed up. He know that the Bible is not real when it comes to slave in Egypt and the Hebrews is enslaved in Egypt. So that's why he's not going there, Apostle. That's how we know he's not talking about Israelites. When you talk about, oh, my ancestors, he was talking about my ancestors. No, the hell he wasn't. He wasn't talking about
important potential threat is, which means you have to know the true identity and nature of a threat that has yet to happen. Now, see, everybody else on the ground is looking at it one way, but look how he was looking at it. And he wrote in his book, the General Outline of Africa, the black race, long the most numerous, first overpowered and dominated the whites. But the latter, meaning the whites, having gradually multiplied, shook off the yoke of their masters. I read that again. The latter, meaning the white people, having gradually multiplied, shook off the yoke of their masters. Who were the masters? The blacks. The black race. I'll read it again because everybody ain't got reading comprehension. The black race, long the most numerous, first overpowered and dominated the whites. But the latter, meaning the whites, having gradually multiplied. So if they had to multiply to get out of their bondage from us, that means we had them for what? Generations. Remember when Jabari said, oh, but we didn't enslave their children and we didn't have them intergenerate. Like Dr. Clark said, every time you speak, you only tell me what you have not read. Okay? Look at this. He says, but the latter, meaning white people, having gradually multiplied, shook off the yoke of their masters. The ex-slave, the white man, he now, in modern times, he becomes the ex-slave. So you don't think of the white man as the ex-slave. We always think of him as the ex-master, as our former master. You never think of him as your former slave. He tells you right here, the ex-slave becoming master in his turn, condemned the blacks to bear the chains that he had just broken. Centuries have passed, but his anger is not yet appeased. So in other words, what he is documenting is that when blacks and whites first met in history, the blacks dominated the whites, overpowered them, and had condemned them to slavery. And that the white man and woman, by multiplying, they broke the yoke of slavery, they broke the yoke of being enslaved on the black people, and then they used that as a justification to turn around and enslave their former masters. That's what happened. But they don't want to tell you that part because then they have to admit that they were conquered by us. Now, how can you admit that you're conquered by us in one breath, but in the next breath you're telling people that we can't think, we can't spell, we have brains like monkeys? Didn't they say that? Didn't they say we belong to the monkey tribe and all this other stuff? So it's gonna make you feel good to admit that you were conquered and enslaved by monkeys? Did that make sense to you? Of course not. You're gonna try and bury it, which is what they did. You're gonna try and
see. This is a whole new level right here, Apostle. We understand. We know why you're not gonna understand what he's talking about.
Because I don't understand what he's talking about. Don't say that.
You got to, brother. You talk when I talk, man. You have to take your mind out of the Bible, brother. Sometimes put the Bible in the corner, come out, Apostle, and go in on something else. If you're going to deal with this real shit, deal with the real shit. Time for play and stuff is over with, man. What if you lived your life, Apostle, all this time, and when you do finally leave this earth, you really never get to meet your maker? What if you really live in a lie, Apostle?
Yeah. Then what do I lose? But
you lose.
What if what I'm living is true?
Over the world,
and you die and have to confess before an Almighty God? What do you lose?
Hey, Apostle, this is what I was saying.
So the bottom line is this here. The bottom line is this here. I'm not in total disagreeing with what Shakka's reading. He's reading out of a book. I'm just saying I don't necessarily agree. And just because you're reading it out of the book don't make it true. But I do agree that blacks enslaved whites. Blacks control the world.
That was back in antiquity, though.
I understand that. I understand about the Renaissance.
Yeah, that's all I was. That's the only point.
We were in control.
You know, you don't have to scream, Apostle. You're loud.
This is how I talk, man. I understand that we were in control during the Renaissance. And what the word Renaissance means. You think I don't know that?
Hey, hold on, y'all. Hold
You
on.
don't have to put down my Bible.
Hold on. Daryl Clemens Jr., you hear me? Shake your head if you hear me, Daryl. All right, you got to go and pay Sakat. You got to go pay Sakat if you want to come in. The Cash App is inside of the chat, and you got to just show some support if you want to come in. Show some support. The Cash App is in the chat, and when you support, you can come right up in here with the rest of us and hang out. All right, go ahead, brother.
Can you show that picture, sir? The only reason I brought it up, he's from the Binga tribe. Yeah, it's the Binga tribe of the Gabon. He did his DNA. I mean, and that's just some art to look at DNA and science, how they look like twins almost.
Yeah. Okay. Let me finish.
Yeah, that's called lookership. That's what they would call it. Looker.
Let me finish what I was saying. They can be on. I'm about done.
People.
I don't have to put God down in order to please you.
He ain't saying put it down.
I don't have to put it down
for a minute.
Excuse me, brother. I'm talking.
Yeah, but you talk.
I don't have to put it down. Like
let him go, Sunshine.
Like sa.neter, that scripture you were so wrong on. He that loves mama or don't hate mama, brother, sister. So I don't have to put down the Bible.
But you know what I do that you would never do, Apostle? What I do that you would never do is admit when you're wrong. How many of y'all ever heard Apostle come up here and say, yo, I was wrong?
If I'm wrong, I'm wrong.
Brother, I'm talking, Apostle. See, look, I'm a man, Apostle. I'm a man of character, Apostle. I'm a man, brother. When I'm wrong, I get up here and say I'm wrong, brother. It's
if I'm wrong,
I'm talking. There's nothing wrong with being wrong sometimes because we can't always be right.
But that's how you learn.
That's how you learn. So if you cut me, oh my God, man. If you cut me and I go back and I do the research and I see that I was wrong, guess what I did? What I did, y'all? What I did, brothers?
You apologized.
I popped up back in here and I said it live before the world. Yo, I was wrong. My bad. You got that.
Yeah, exactly.
When did we ever hear Apostle say I was wrong, y'all?
I've heard Apostle say this. Like, say, for instance, you'll tell me, look up something.
All you got to do is replay your tape.
And then it's against what Apostle say. He says that, but he never admits, okay, I'm wrong. He never say that.
If I was wrong, I would say I'm wrong.
I still set in his ways, man.
And to sit there and say, I've never done it. You're lying. And you're bearing a false witness against me. You're not better than me. So stop trying to be. That's been your whole angle since I met you. You're not better than me.
Wow.
I'm not better than you.
You're not better than me.
I'm not.
But if I'm wrong, I will say I'm wrong.
You know, wifey be mad at your voice tone.
Yo, you gotta tone it down, man. Your wife is probably looking at TV. Apostle, your wife is looking at TV. Tone it down, man.
My wife is looking at me.
Yeah, hey, get him, wifey. Get him.
Down, brother. Take it
and she agree with what I'm talking about.
Yeah, well, you got to tone it down.
Y'all are like
Apostle. Tone it down. I don't want her getting mad at me, man. Come on, man.
Brother, y'all are like little children trying to gang up
Dallas
on me.
Cowboys fan.
Hit
the TV screen, man. Calm down. Like,
we grown ass.
That's why you keep muting my button. You keep
talking over people.
I was talking. You're trying to talk over me, man.
I'm saying you would never you don't never beg a partner and let somebody come in. You just got to buffalo the whole set. That's all.
I'm not trying to buffalo nothing.
All right, bro. I ain't mad at you, Pastor. That's you.
What do you want to say, man?
wifey gonna grab that library behind.
What do you want to say?
Down on your back.
All I wanted to say was, he don't mean throw away your religion or what you believe in.
Don't tell me what he means. Man, you don't know what he means.
I got sense enough to analyze.
You don't know what he means.
See, look how you talk over the. See, that's what I'm talking about.
We're having dialogue.
You
Now,
attacking
that ain't no
everybody.
dialogue when you
Not wrong with
overtaking
everybody.
what I'm
Calm
saying.
down, D.
I'm trying to make a point. You
You
didn't
acting
let
like
me
it's
finish.
Make your
Only
point.
My
You're
point
telling me
is,
what he's thinking.
Hey,
You
make
don't
your
know
point
nothing.
if you
I
was
get that.
talking over
I'm
it.
in the conversation, Apostle.
Well, so why you talking?
Because you
Listen,
talking over it. We
I'm
trying to
in
get
the
control over you.
conversation. Apostle,
Violent.
listen. I'm in the conversation. I'm able to comprehend what's going on. All he's saying is not throw away your religion. Sit the Bible there for a minute and then come into an
That's
open
what I said.
forum.
That's right.
all he's saying.
I'm not going to set my Bible nowhere.
But that's not what it's not.
I'm not going to set it nowhere. Stop
Listen,
saying
man,
it.
you taking
I'm
it
not going
literally,
to deny
man.
my Bible.
You taking it literally.
That's right. I'm not going to deny my Bible.
Man, part your
I'm
mind,
not
man.
going to set
Part
it
your
down.
head.
I'm not going to put it aside. I'm not going to do that.
Part your mind,
Okay?
man.
I'm not going to put my Bible aside.
No,
'Cause I
that's
don't
not
have to.
literal. That's not literal, man.
What are you saying then?
If he's saying just get it out your
Just what?
don't speak on it. Oh, get into an open forum.
Go get it and do what?
And discuss a subject matter without bringing in your beliefs.
Subject matter?
Yeah.
All right. So shut up, man. What are you talking about?
Who you telling to shut up, bro?
I'm telling you to shut up. Because you ain't making sense.
He crazy right
You're
now.
not making sense.
He triggered right now,
man,
so
to be- to-
we know
to
you
be
ain't no
so
punk.
old,
Tell me
man.
what's on your heart, man. Don't
Hey,
tell
to
me
be
what's on
so
your
old,
heart.
man. I'm done with it. I ain't gonna
Well,
argue
be
with
done
you.
with it.
Yeah, you's an idiot, man.
Hey, hold on. Gideon, what's up, man? What's on your mind, brother?
Shalom, sir.
Gideon?
Shalom, everybody. All praise to the Most High, man, Yahshua. I want to give a shout out to the old lion, Apostles Aquan. I see they trying to get with you, but stay the course, man. You know, you trying to make them understand, because it's like you were saying, and Si, just listen to what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Shaka's information in some points is true, but it's too vague. If he's saying blacks and whites, and he's supposed to be giving us some type of history, he should be saying what group of black people, what group of white people, what area they come from. So he's just saying blacks and whites. Them people didn't call themselves blacks back then. From all the studies that we see, you can pretty much say one of the major parent groups that peopled Africa in West Africa during slavery times were Nubians, Kemetics, Carthaginians, and Israelites for the most part. Out of those 4 and 5 people groups, you get the thousands of tribes we see today in Africa. The practices that you see in West Africa, the earliest documented traces of those things that they do comes from Torah. So you can either say they are Israelite people, or that they have the practices that was given to pre-Moses, meaning the sons of Noah, that the Most High gave through Shem. So, I mean, like I say, his information is not specific enough if he want to disqualify the Israelites from being one of those people groups that he classifies as black, because they definitely were.
All right. Now, if you was paying attention from the beginning, everybody know when he was talking about the black people, my brother Gideon, he was talking about the ancient Kemetic people. That's who he was talking about.
Okay, so my next question, Sai, will be, where is the documented evidence that says that? Because when
If
we
you-
say
if
that,
He was showing it to you.
yeah, there, like I haven't seen any evidence that shows the migration of Kemetic people across to West Africa. I haven't seen it. I'm not saying that they're not there, because common sense that they're going to be there, but there's no strong historical document to say that. Yeah.
Check it out.
Apostle.
He was talking about.
Your mic is messed up, Gideon. Your mic is echoing.
Understand, he was talking about doctrine. They're not saying. He was talking about Carthage, not Egypt.
Okay.
And what's funny about Carthage, Apostle, the Israelites, just give me 10 seconds, Kufu. The Israelites, according to their own scriptures, and according to other documented evidence later on, we've been documented to be in Spain with the Carthaginians since 1000 BC. Like, so we have more ties to the Carthaginians than the Egyptians do. So I mean, that's just basic, from just basic knowing of the landscape.
Yeah, I have to stay on mute, because Gideon mic is messed up, y'all.
I'm gonna come back in there.
So Gideon just
Now,
made a
now wait a minute.
pseudo
So I
point.
was about to tell you something.
Go ahead.
Gideon. So Gideon said that the Hebrew or Semitic or Israelites played a part in peopling West Africa, but there is no credible genetic or archaeological evidence that ancient Hebrew Israelites or other Semitic groups of the ancient Near East played a major role in the initial peopling of West Africa. So that's that fantasy that Sabi talking about. They go into the book and they believe that that's where they did, and they went. It may have been a few of them, but it wasn't enough of them to make a significance on who the people that got on them boats and came over here are. And I got a new book out now. We're gonna do a presentation. Me and sa.neter done the research about West African.
Wait.
All right, I'll be quiet about it. But yeah,
Pastor, stay on mute. Stay on mute. The mic.
go ahead.
Don't jump the gun.
Well, the sources that we have on Israel.
All right, hold up, Gideon, hold up. See, the reason why the Hebrews can make these type of mistakes is because they dealing with false history. The Bible is not a goddamn history book. I don't know how many times we got to tell you that. It don't deal with dates and times, no chronology up in there. So stop it, man, trying to use the Bible as a real source. And this is why y'all looking bad over here, man. You don't know that we got a brother right here on point, Rakufu, that will source your behind up right on the spot. So y'all got to stop it, man. You're looking bad, Gideon.
So tell me, why are there so many Hebrews in West Africa today? Why are they there?
Because it's 2025 today. Easy.
They've been there.
Why is there so many Africans over here in America? What the hell?
No, brother.
Why there's so many Christians?
Those Hebrews that are in Africa has always been there.
Why is it
always been there
in America?
We were taken from there. They can trace their roots. They've always been there.
Hey, here's a fun fact. There's more Christians in West Africa than there are Hebrews.
Even those Christians are Hebrews. Because Hebrews ain't about a religion.
No, they'll tell you themselves.
Christianity is a religion.
What are those people called again, Sar? You know, what the Christians call Gentiles. They say we converted to Christianity.
Because they don't know no better, just like we in America didn't know no better.
Brother, you got to let them speak.
Just like you don't know who you
are. You got to let people speak. I understand it's a trigger to you. We understand it's triggering you up.
So gentlemen, here's the problem. They want to hear it from the Bible. Number one,
we were having a doubt.
Brother, you talking over a saw now, man.
God, dog.
Oh,
he want to just run the whole show. Calm down, brother. It's going to be your turn.
Excuse me, so I was wrong.
I love you, big brother.
I was responding to you, sa.neter.
Apostle, do not get frustrated at their ignorance, Apostle.
Yeah, you know, these motherfuckers.
All right, go ahead, finish up.
Goodness. So
I told Gideon was supposed to finish up.
Oh man,
he running the show.
So sa.neter already took people over to West Africa. We know that from his archaeological record. But
wait, repeat that. Repeat that. I missed it.
Sa.neter took people to West Africa, and we know that from his accounts. We know that from the wells that were left, and we watched the Arabs use the same wells that were left there later to do the trans-Saharan slave trade. Now, let's go.
You just made that up. Source that up.
No,
where you got that from?
But real quick, because you're trying to cut me off and you're dead wrong. You was already pseudo.
Where can you lead us to that information? You just saying that. Go ahead.
But hush, we're getting to that in a minute. Right now, you want to hear it from the Bible because you say these rituals came.
We don't want to hear from the Bible.
Yo, Apostle, brother.
Yo,
I'm just answering him. I want him to source that last
They
statement.
only take it from the Bible, so let's give it to him from the Bible.
Go ahead.
It goes like this. As for this fellow Moses who brought us up out of Egypt, we don't know what has happened to him. Aaron answered them, take off the gold earrings that your wives, your sons, and your daughters are wearing, and bring them to me. So all the people took off their earrings and brought them to Aaron. He took what they handed him and made it into an idol, cast into the shape of a calf, fashioning it with the tool. Then they said, these are your gods, Israel, who brought you up out of Egypt. So don't lie and tell us that it came from the Torah when Aaron clearly showed you and those people told you and said, we don't know Moses. We know what Egypt taught.
Woo, woo.
Hey, can I respond?
Yes, after this, hold up, Kassad. Kassad, if you ain't donated within 2 weeks, brother, go and pay a visit to the Cash App so we can let you in, brother. All right. Thank you for your support. Thank you. My Cash App is in the link, is in the chat. All right. Go ahead and respond, get in. And it's time for you to get in to go and visit that Cash App, brother.
Exodus 32. Get back.
Yeah, no doubt. I got you, sir. So this is why I say, man, y'all read it with a juvenile mind. When I say juvenile, I mean like elementary, bro. Because the story, this is how the story goes. When Moses went to the mount, the people said, what is of Moses? They, first of all, you lied. They didn't say we don't know Moses. They said, where is this Moses? He's not coming back. So let us make gods to Egypt. That's true. They did do that. But what was the result? That's why I say, man, like the people who be listening, I'm telling you, they really think y'all dumb because they don't want y'all to read the whole story. So when you read the whole story, when Moses came down from the mount, he seen what they did. And what happened? Because see, the Most High, he tried to make Israel a nation full of priests. But once they committed that abominations, the gods that you tried to say some type of way won that situation, he destroyed all of those people that worship those false gods. So where was the God from Egypt at that point then, Assault? So that's what I'm saying, man. You're not telling the whole story. Tell the people that all the gold that they took to make those idols, Moses made those people melt it down, put it with water and drink it. So that's what you're not telling the people. The same thing with these Kemetic mysteries, how y'all don't tell them the full truth till y'all get in the room, shut the door and just burn the sage up in there. So I'm saying, be honest with the people, stop lying and tell the whole truth. That's all.
All right, come on, Asar. Don't tell me you're trying to bamboozle the people, Asar. Come on, brother. Is Gideon cutting you out? Is he cutting you out here, brother? What's going on?
You on mute, Asar. Can't nobody hear you. We hear your mouth. Your mouth is moving.
Go to Isaiah 19. Since
now he wants to go to another.
We're not talking about Isaiah 19. We're talking about the story you just lied on, Asar. That's what we're talking about, bro. I'm not a dumb Egyptian flunky just want to hear something good.
You know why you
story.
not
Let's
losing.
finish the story. Now
It's
watch
the
this,
story,
y'all.
though. Okay.
It says Isaiah 19 verse 23. It says, and this is your God talking, not my God. Remember, your God changed names twice. He changed his name in that story. But this is what he said at the end, coming towards the end of your book. He said, in that day, there will be a highway from Egypt to Assyria. The Assyrians will go to Egypt and the Egyptians to Assyria. The Egyptians and Assyrians will worship together. In that day, Israel will be third, not first.
Not first.
Second. On that day, Israel
Thank
will
you,
be
Kassad.
third.
Thank you, brother.
And
Appreciate that.
along with Egypt and Assyria, a blessing on earth. Blessed be Egypt, my people. Assyria, my handiwork, and they will inherit Israel. And
That ain't what it said. You're lying.
People.
You are lying.
That's your God.
That's not what it says.
Everybody go to Isaiah 19:23.
It says.
Go to Isaiah 19.
But Apostle, he baiting you in.
Hold on. Everybody, hold on. Everybody got to go on mute. Go on mute because we got Apostle, you don't hear me talking, Apostle? I'm gonna let you go. Now, Apostle is saying that you're wrong. All you got to do is put the source up in the Bible. Apostle, I'm gonna let you put up yours because you know y'all both probably could be using two different Bibles. So if you're using two different Bibles, of course it's going to say something different. Go ahead, Apostle. You got the floor. Please don't cut him off. And then I got Kassad next. Go ahead, Apostle.
Hold on, Si. This dude just made a whole lie on
That's
it.
why Apostle got him. Let Apostle go. Apostle, go ahead, brother.
But it ain't nothing to do with it. But go ahead.
You got the floor, Apostle.
Yeah, thank you. I'm pulling up the scripture.
Yes, sir. You should let Asar show us his scripture and let us hear what he's reading exactly. Then
Yeah, so I got to show it. He know how to show it if he got it.
and then you rebutted, Apostle.
Because the Apostle said you're lying. That you're not right.
What's the scripture he read? Isaiah 19 what?
24 or 20 to 24, I think.
19. Yeah.
And
this is what it said.
The prophecy.
This is the King James.
Mm-hmm.
Let me put it on the screen. Hold tight. I got to go back. I got it. So I'm going to share it. Because he does what he always do.
Come on now. You can't be letting them catch you out here like this, brother.
Brother, he lied. It says it here. In that day, there shall be an highway out of Egypt to Assyria. And Assyrian shall come unto Egypt, and the Egyptian unto Assyria. And the Egyptians shall serve with the Assyrians. And in that day shall Israel be the third with Egypt and Assyria, even a blessing in the midst of the land. But the Lord of hosts said,
no, it didn't say
blessed be Egypt, my listen.
No, you can't make up stuff. It said whom the Lord, not but, like it's two different people talking. No.
Excuse me. Let me continue to read without being interrupted. Side, you ain't on your job.
But he's right. That's why, Apostle. He was right.
Now, listen. I might
What's the point?
the word,
It
but
say
I'm
whom the Lord, brother. It don't say but.
reading the scripture. Whom the Lord of hosts shall bless, saying, blessed be Egypt, my people, and Assyria, the work of my hand, and Israel, my inheritance.
Third.
But inheritance, do you know what it is to inherit?
Yeah, you came out.
That means you first.
Lord inherited
Let
you.
him finish,
That means you are
Let him
first.
finish, Rakufu.
Okay.
When you were inherited, like
You don't need to scream. You don't need to scream, Apostle. You talking.
when you are the inheritors, like Jacob was the inheritor over Esau. Not because Esau was born first, did it mean anything? No, Jacob was the inheritor. He got the blessing. So out of Egypt and out of Assyria, Israel gets the blessing of God. So Israel is first, just like Jacob was first, just like Abel was first, even though they were all born second, just like Joseph's kids, Ephraim and Manasseh. Okay.
All right. All right. We got somebody in the audience.
I'm saying I wanted to respond to what.
Hold on. We got somebody on the outskirts zoning in, and Dr. Inky said, the Lord clearly says, Egypt, my people. That's nasty work, Apostle. That's nasty work, Apostle. May have debunked himself. Oh my God. So what do you say to that, Apostle?
He did say his people.
His people who? What?
He said, Assyria my hand. But he said, Israel my inheritance.
Did he say Egypt his people?
He said, Israel my inheritance.
Right.
Would you rather be his people without an inheritance?
Do it say anywhere in there, Egypt my people? That's what I'm asking you, Apostle.
It says Egypt my people.
Let's deal with that. What is that talking about?
That's what it's talking about. Egypt my people.
And who is his people?
It says here, Egypt, my people. He's making a point.
Egypt is who people, though? Egypt is who people?
God's people.
Oh, okay.
Okay. And then it says,
It's like it's hard to get you to say that.
no, it's not hard. I didn't struggle the word,
Now, Gideon.
but I know people and his handiwork. I know what it means to be his inheritance.
All right, yeah. You done chopped off your own head. Now it's time for Gideon. Gideon, let's go.
Don't lie and say that, son.
All right, Gideon, it's on you now. Everybody be quiet. Let Gideon speak. His mic be messed up. Everybody go on mute.
Thank you, sir. I don't need long. I just want to give it right back to Assault because he did a hell of a straw man just now. And the first thing Apostle should have did was, what is he saying by going to that irrelevant verse when I brought out how he was lying? So let me bring it out again, Assault MK. You lied and said the people said they don't know Moses. They know the gods from Africa. That was a lie. The people knew Moses. The second lie that you told was you said the things that I said people in West Africa are practicing even to this day. The quote unquote indigenous culture in Africa is rooted in Torah, and we can see it today, and we can see it laid out in Torah. So I need you to respond to that and to the overall disingenuous telling of that story as if some type of way those people worshiping the gods was some type of way beneficial to them, when in the end they all drunk the gold that they worshiped those gods with and were murdered. So please explain to me in your cognitive dissonant mind, how is that some type of victory?
I'm gonna go, and then I'm gonna let my brother Kassad get it off because we've been disrespectful to you, brother Kassad. I'm gonna share the screen again so we can make sure that the people see the words of the God Almighty and what goes down. Let's go. Here we go, right here. The golden calf. The golden calf. Here it go, right here. 32. Exodus. When the people saw that Moses so long in coming down from the mountain, they gathered around Aaron and said, "Come make us gods who will go before us. As for this fellow Moses who brought us up out of Egypt, we don't know what has happened to him. We don't know him." The other text says we don't.
Hold on, get in. Stop, get in. Let him finish.
We don't know him. In the other text, I'm being nice to you, showing you this one, because the Hebrew don't say we don't know.
Don't let him do that, side.
Yo,
Exactly. That's bad. So is the text, but the original Hebrew says we don't know him.
Every time you try to talk, I'm gonna be on your head. Now, it says we don't know what has happened to him in this one. The other one says we don't know him in the Hebrew, so don't lie. Aaron answered them, "Take off the gold earrings that your wives, your sons, and your daughters are wearing, and bring them to me." So all the people took off the earrings and brought them to Aaron. He took what they had handed him and made it into an idol cast in the shape of a calf. Now, this is actually a true story, because there's a place where we can find the Heru statue in Hebrews up there chilling, where they leave marks where we know it was Hebrews. We'll get to that later if they keep talking. "These are your gods, Israel, who brought you up out of Egypt." That's what it say right here. Out of Egypt, brother.
Asar has redeemed him. Come on, Gideon, man. Yo.
Repeat last 5 seconds what you just said.
Then they said, "These are your gods, Israel, who brought you up out of Egypt." And who brought you out of Egypt? You want me to
down?
What's your point in reading that? Because, like I said, you're giving half the story. First of all, you're being stubborn and
shut up, Gideon. Shut up. Nah,
You understand? When
yeah, man.
built an altar in front of the calf and announced, tomorrow there'll be a festival to the Lord.
Get in.
Altars for? You want to keep going? I ain't think so.
I bet ask you what's your point, because you just proven my point. Read the whole story. Like whole, how does the story end? What is the point you're making? First of all, you continuing to lie to the people and saying that they don't know Moses when you just clearly read it, and for some reason side just find it like I don't know, like
John 3 lies. One you said that they
but just continue, but just show me how I'm wrong and what I said, how you was lying.
All right. Before all of that, let me go to Kassad, man. Let me go to Kassad. He's been waiting patiently, because Kassad gonna come with facts. I already know how he do. He come with sources.
Go on, young brother.
Kassad come with sources, so it's on you, brother.
Khan Shalom. Everyone can hear me?
Yep.
Yes.
Khan. So what the main reason
Hey, first of all, Kassad, what kind of name is that? Ain't that is that a Arab name or Kemetic name?
No, it's a Hebrew name. It means mercy.
Oh, okay. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah. But yeah, the reason I jumped on was I heard you say that the Bible is not a history book, man. It don't got dates. So
Please don't go there. Don't.
No. Look, listen. It does indeed have dates. My question was going to be to you is, do you know how they date things in an ancient world?
As far as Israel?
No, the ancient world in general, Egypt, Assyria.
Yes, yes, through the stars, through the alignments.
No, that's not what I meant. Okay, so to give you a little bit of insight, they date things what's called regnal dating, meaning they date things to the time of the king.
I'm gonna have to let Elder Suntan get you on this one, man. Come on, go ahead.
I am not worried about suntan. Anyway, what they date things was called regnal dating, meaning they date events and stuff to the time of the kings. Even in ancient Egypt, when something happens, they date things to the time of the person that's ruling. We, as modern humans and scholars, we go back and give them their date of 900 and some BC, 1200 and BCE. That's what we give the dates to. But if you go to the actual documents of the ancient Egyptians or any other person, they'll say this happened in year 5 of King Ramesses in the summer season or whatever. That's how they date things. We go back and give them the absolute date of 1200 BC. And that's exactly the same way they date things in the Bible. They date things to the time of the king. So when you go into the scriptures, it definitely give you a timeline, definitely give you dates. You just got to know what they're talking about. So you see the temple, it says it started getting built in year 4 of Solomon, right? 400 and so years after the Exodus. You go to Isaiah, it says this happened in the years of the kings, Hezekiah, his father, So it definitely give you dates. It definitely give you a chronology. That's the main reason I got on. But then,
all right. So let me ask, what date can you give me for the sacrifice of Christ when he put him on the cross? What date was that? When did that happen?
That would be in modern scholarship.
Don't go there with me.
The killing of Jesus will happen around 33 AD.
Come on, man. Stop doing this, man. You guessing, brother. That's a guess.
That's not a guess. That's literally what time they will tell you he died, 33 AD.
Well,
okay, that's a fact.
Let me ask you.
No, hold up. Wait, let me see if he finished. Let him finish because I cut him off. Go ahead, because I'm finished.
Stop. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Go ahead and finish, brother. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah. But yeah, I was waiting, and then I heard Asar say that they didn't know Moses. That's the point that Gideon was talking about. He wasn't talking about if they built idols or whatever. You said they don't know Moses. The text said that they don't know what happened to Moses. They didn't know if he lived, died, whatever. So they went and took it upon their hands to build idols. That's literally what the text say. Would you agree with that, Asar Mka?
Oh yeah, but they was like, we don't know him. We ain't rocking with him. We show us what we had in Egypt. Now remember, Gideon said
good way to give him an out, because you are a true Israelite, and he took it. But go ahead, you show, because you sure wasn't saying that.
Yeah, he said They didn't learn that. They learned it from Torah. That's
I
the first
got
thing
I
he
got
said
the text up.
on here. But they learned it from
I'm
Egypt.
talking about the practices that we see in West
Hey,
Africa
yo, I
today.
want y'all to let Kassar finish, y'all. Let Kassar finish.
No, because I was asking me a question.
I
But
asked the Sarah question.
yeah, so there's one thing that can just prove all this wrong, right? If I can share my screen one more time, sir. I'm gonna share it one more time for the people because this should be known, right? The Hebrews were in the Sinai, right? Yes, the Hebrews were in the Sinai. The Israelites arrived in Mount Sinai after their exodus from Egypt. Why did they go there? So they could receive the law from God, including the 10 commandments. Let's go to the Sinai. Good light journey tours. The ancient temple of Hathor in the turquoise mines of Mount Sinai. So you got a whole establishment of Heru in these turquoise mountains where you Hebrews were located, and you built it. So we know whatever era, there it is, there go Keprah right there. This is in Mount Sinai. This is where y'all was at. This is where we found it at. Sir Flinders Petrie found it in particular. So it's not like Gideon could tell another lie and try to pretend like it wasn't y'all there and like y'all wasn't in them turquoise mines and like y'all didn't go to Sinai to chill and like you weren't worshiping ancient Egyptian things, because here you are. You Northwest Semitic language ancestral to Phoenicians and Hebrews sitting right there in the middle of the cut in Mount Sinai with a whole temple dedicated to Heru. So Aaron told the truth, and Gideon is a lie. The devil is a lie. Go ahead.
All right, go ahead, Kassar. Back to you.
All right, and then two more things I
I
want
see you,
to say.
Apostle.
Two more things. So, Asar, I know you went to Isaiah 19 and you started at around 23 and ended like around 25. So, if you look at the older text, older versions of the text, it don't say my
Right.
people Egypt. I brought this out to you before, and other people have brought this out. It actually says my people my people in Egypt. It's talking about Israel. And if you read up a little bit more in the context, it talks about them returning to the worship of the Lord. So, I mean, you would have to say that the Egyptians was worshiping the Lord, were worshiping Yahweh for the context to even be what you want it to be. But going back, the last thing that I wanted to address that I heard you say is you said God changed his name again, man. When we gonna get in the ring on the L versus Yahweh, man? When we gonna get in the ring on that?
We might have
Hey, that's a call out of Saul. Damn.
we might have to do that. Hold up, what Unc said? $25, man. We need $25. We don't need 30. We need $25. Kasai versus the song Ka. El Yahweh. Did God have two names or just one? Let's go. Let's go.
All right, let me go on to Apostle. You got the floor, Apostle.
Let me share my screen.
Your screen is sharing.
Verse 11. I'm going to click here and bring it up.
Thank you, Amon Ra McCarthy. I seen it when it came in. Appreciate you always, brother. Thank you.
Verse 11, chapter 32 of Exodus. Same chapter. This is verse 11. Assad stopped at verse 7 or verse 8. He didn't continue to read. So Moses besought the Lord, his God. Assad, you always talk about this. How God was so cruel and poured hot wax on the people. See, Assad, you got to continue to read what happened to these people that worshiped that cat. What happened when Moses came back and said, Lord, why do thy wrath wax hot against thy people, which thou hast brought forth out of the land of Egypt, with great power and with a mighty hand? Wherefore shall the Egyptians speak and say, for mischief did he bring them out, to slay them in the mountains. Why is he going to slay them? Because they're worshiping a false god. No sooner did Moses go up to the mountain to get the law of the commandment, they can't wait for him to come back. Why? Because they heathenistic.
But you know what, Apostle, what's sad about this story is that this is God. Moses had to come to the most powerful God and check him. Moses said, stop. What are you doing? He's screaming on God. He said, what are you doing, Yahweh? Remember your promise that you said to the people. Remember you said you was going to let them go into a land of their own. And what did Yahweh told Moses? He said, you're right. My bad. My bad. I repent, Moses. Oh, that's some crazy shit. Yahweh had to repent to Moses. And this is God over Moses. I could never understand that. Can you help me understand that, brother Apostle?
Number one, where it says that he repented. And you go to that word, and the only thing it means is God changed his mind.
Oh,
that's all it means. He changed his mind.
So stop. Now you digging another hole for yourself. So God makes mistakes where he have to change his mind. See what you're doing? Listen, here's the thing. Quitting while you ahead is not the same as just quitting, brother.
Or losing.
I'm going to say that again. Quitting while you ahead is not the same as just quitting. You need to stop, brother. You're digging another hole. And every time you talk,
I'm going to put you in the back if you don't stop cutting me off. Stop cutting me off. Or I'm going to put you in the back.
Nah, go ahead. Finish working them. So you trying to divert and everybody else. You giving them that work right now.
That's his wickedness in him that won't let this word come forth truth. But I'm going to bring it forth. Because this word here says here in 12, it says, and repent of this evil against these people. You want to look up that word repent? You want to deal with that?
You already said it means to change. That's what you said.
That's right. It means to change.
Well, I thought this God knew, but I thought this God knew everything. If this God is omnipresent, and God knows everything, why did he have to change his mind, brother?
Because he's showing mercy.
Oh, man.
He's showing mercy. That's what changing mind means. Changing mind means not that you know. You can know and still change your mind.
So if that's the case, and he's showing mercy, he said, what's possible? He said, I repent of the evil which I said to do to my people, because Moses had to remind him. Moses remind God.
Listen to me, son.
He said, remember your promise, Yahweh.
Is that how you gonna do? Don't ever put me in the back again.
Right, but don't talk over me while I'm talking. I'm gonna let you go.
You're talking over me.
We having a dialogue, right? Didn't you say that?
You are talking over me.
All right, go ahead, man. Because every time I get over me,
if you ain't so afraid, stop it. Why are you showing your fear? Huh? Because I can break all this down in Hebrew. It don't mean what you're saying is meaning. God ain't afraid. God is showing mercy.
Show us,
But he showed mercy to Israel. The ones that rejected the mercy, he destroyed them. They were the other multitude that came out of Egypt. They were probably Egyptians that came out with them. The other multitude. Because he said, he that stand with Moses, come on. That's what the scripture says. Over to this side. And then God destroyed them. But see, that's it.
You know when Sa come in, it's because you giving the panel that work. He gotta come in and he gotta, he gotta flex his, throw his weight around. Yeah, so don't get, you know what I'm saying? But that's what it is, though, because you definitely beating the brakes off for Saul. You and Kasai. And Kasai, And can I say this right quick, Apostle?
Go ahead.
Again,
No,
so Kasai gave him a way out, and Kasai took it, but Sai would never illuminate when the Israelite call out the Kemetics on being liars and false information. I saw you, my brother, but you was lying. First of all, you did say that the people said they didn't know Moses. And then secondly, when I said people are still practicing the Israelite practices, you knew I was talking about West Africa as it stands today. And that's what I meant. So, bro, go ahead, bro. So go ahead, bro. I just want that to be known. But go ahead, so Apostle. Finish.
I gotta put me in the back. He gotta disrupt me.
Sorry.
If Sai treated himself like he treated me, he wouldn't be on this show.
Let me ask Gideon a question, Apostle. Gideon, you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Has it been proven that parts of your proverb was taken from Amenope, book instructions of Amenope? What are you, just a quick? No. I don't want this. Yes or no?
No.
I'm asking Gideon, yes or no, Gideon. Not I need to talk about this and that to say that yes or no.
The
it could be possible they came from the same person. It could be possible, but this is what you got to understand. That's called the book of wisdom. That's called the book of wisdom. Solomon consulted. Hold on, let me just finish. Okay. Solomon consulted a lot of kings in the Near East and even in Egypt, seeking wisdom from them. One of them even bested him with a riddle. So wisdom is wisdom. Some of the same wisdom that you see the Israelites practice, we see in other nations. So
I'm just asking, is it true? That's all. Yes or no?
No, it's not. It's not a fact that is taken from one place or another.
It is proven evidence that parts of the Bible book of Proverbs, especially 22, 17, 24, and 22, have been shown to copy directly from the instructions of Amenemope. This is scholarly talking. I hear you panel people in the streets talking. This is the scholars talking though.
When was that written?
When was the scholarly assertion here?
Yeah, when was it written?
Let me look that up.
Look it up, but it don't matter.
Say something real quick.
There, when I debated on it and showed them verse for verse the one
Solomon lived 1050.
So why would you not admit that you know it came from Amenemope and the other part came from sa.neter?
Let me say something real quick. Apostle,
Solomon lived 1050 AD.
Apostle, you say things and you said something about an inheritance. Jacob had an inheritance. Jacob had to wrestle an angel to get the inheritance. Jacob wouldn't get no inheritance. And then my man over up in the corner with the dread. There is not we was talking about a literal date. There's no literal dates in the Bible. Only they date things as in the day of, or the man. They date like that in speech. They don't date in writing.
Bring it out, Suntan. Bring it out. Suntan don't know what he's talking about.
I know exactly what I'm talking about.
And Jacob got his inheritance.
Hey, hold on, Apostle. Let
he can't compose himself.
He calling out.
Jacob.
No, he called me. He said he didn't know what Apostle said. He talked to me.
Jacob had to wrestle an angel to get his blessing.
Nah, Jacob got it from Esau.
So I'm not talking about.
You're wrong.
You
he got his blessing from Esau.
Man, I don't want to.
One at a time, Apostle. Yeah, oh my God, man. Damn, let him make the point.
Keep it up. But look how you do me.
Because you're the only one that keep talking over everybody, bro. He's trying to make a point. Then you can respond to him when he finished.
And who do you talk over?
Everybody. It's my
time. No, you talk over me. Nobody. You talk over me.
Everybody. So he got that. He gonna do. He can't. That's what he got. He can do that.
Apostle,
thank you. Let him know.
Apostle, you asked me what year. It was 1924, and the author that done it was Erman.
BC.
Erman argued. It was Erman.
That's Erman.
Was it BC?
Adolf Erman. No, right now. 1924 AD. Erman. Adolf Erman.
Okay.
A preeminent.
Solomon wrote in 1050 BC. Solomon lived in 1050 BC.
Show us the archaeological evidence for Solomon's.
All right.
There you go. There you go.
It
Show
says
it to us.
David was king 400 years after Exodus.
Show us.
After the Exodus.
Apostle, don't talk us.
The
Show us.
If we take Solomon to be a real person, he lived in 1000 BC. See how y'all like to run from one point being proven to another? Like that's
No,
you can't
gotta
build like
show
that,
it.
man. And that's that Brooklyn magic, man.
That wasn't even written.
I showed you his archaeological evidence for being alive.
Come on, Raku.
Solomon's
I
evidence
can
for being
Solomon
alive.
copy
Proof of life is what we
that
call
yet didn't be written.
Nah, show it. Show us the evidence, B. You talking about he
I'm
lived?
telling you.
Show it to us.
I ain't got to show you shit.
Exactly, because you
I'm
don't.
telling you.
You don't.
You ain't showing me nothing evil.
Oh, we just showed you.
You ain't showing me nothing.
Stop.
And what he showed me is that you lie.
It's better to be called a fool, but don't shout.
Even though
all right. Let me go back. Yeah. Let me go to
lie on the scriptures.
Apostle, you don't hear me? Let me go to Kassad. Go ahead, Kassad.
Yeah, I was kind of confused for a second about what Suntan was saying. So you saying because they date things to the reign of the kings is not actual dating? Like I'm trying to understand what you're saying real quick.
What I was saying was they did not like, and just in regular, me and you just talking English. They did not date things in no sort of writing. They dated things in language. Like I would say, if me and you reigned as kings, I would say back in the day of reign, me and Chezer ruled. I wouldn't say no date. I'm being specific. They didn't there was no written dates back in the Bible, back in antiquity.
The reason why, Suntan.
I don't want to know the reason why.
Apostle, he's talking to Kassad, man. He's talking to Kassad.
That's all I'm saying. That's it.
Take a break, champ. Let Kassad answer.
Yeah, so I was going to say, even if you want to speak of Egyptian culture or any what you want to say ancient Near Eastern culture, whether you want to go into Sumer or Akkadian or Assyria, if you actually look at the records and Asaram Ka, you could talk to this for a second. Do they not date events and things into the reigns of when the king ruled? So if you go into Egypt, for example. When you look at something that's dated by Ramesses, how would they date that, Asar? What would be the phraseology?
Yeah, they would go to the archaeological evidence,
right?
Which is the Egyptian, and then they would line up the Bible to match the archaeological evidence in Egypt.
No.
He's not asking you that, Asar. He's asking during their time, how would they date it?
Hold on, Gideon. What I'm asking is the actual wording that they find.
Oh, the word that they use in Egypt? I got you.
The actual word that they find on the inscriptions, what would it say? Would it say like in the year of this person?
Yeah,
in this
so it'll
time?
say like the great year of the smiting, such and such king ruled, and you'll find it underneath the shinu of the king, which is the protective loop. So yeah.
Thank you. And that's what I'm telling him. That's the exact
No, but I made a statement that you can't use a Bible as a history book, brother.
Right.
But I'm telling you, that's the exact same dating
of a dating
that
system.
they use in the scriptures. They use regnal dating, meaning they date things to the events of the times.
So Suntan, you right, because they have to go to the archaeological evidence to do it.
Right.
They can't use the biblical. And when they go to the archaeological evidence, for instance, for Hezekiah, they find Hezekiah written with an ankh on his cylinder seal to date when he lived.
Right.
Now you know from the archaeological evidence that Hezekiah is an actual king.
So is it not true? Is it not true that different areas use different calendars?
Text, and it is not
Did they not use different calendars?
Bro, y'all got two people talking at once. I can't.
All right, so Kassad, I was saying, is the Bible history record right and exact in scientific terms? The short answer is no. The Bible is not a scientific text, and it is not accurate in modern scientific terms.
That's all I was saying.
It all depends on where you're getting that source from, man.
Hold on. What you do is you quickly Google something or you quickly read something, and you don't actually fact check and do things of that nature. So if you actually want to be honest, the Bible dates actually come from lining up what's called I don't
The
know if
Caesar
I want to say
the
I want to say
Gregorian calendar.
no, Apostle, stop. So if you actually want to talk about how the biblical dates were unlocked, it was actually unlocked through what's called Assyrian chronology. They actually found I don't want to use the wrong word, but I want to say
You kind of on the
astronomical
right track.
events. They actually found what's it called? When the sun get blocked by the moon. I can't think of the word right now. Eclipse, right? They actually in NASA. You can pull up on the NASA website. They actually have the eclipse that Assyrian chronology talks about, and then they went and dated things off that because the kings and stuff lined up. So they actually do have like the dates of the Bible actually come from scientific research.
Hey,
The
Shazad.
hold on.
Let him finish. Let him finish, y'all.
And he's talking to me. So, Kassad, would you say?
Let me finish though. Let me finish.
Let him finish.
Thought. Let me finish the thought, please. So the actual problem isn't in the Bible, isn't with the with what you would call the dynasty periods. It's not actually a problem with the kings and what you would call the divided monarch period when this Hezekiah and the kings of Israel. They don't even argue if that stuff is historical. They argue more of the more prior to King David, whether or not that history or the Exodus and stuff happened. So that's a complete false equivalence, bro. They don't argue whether or not the kings.
Yeah.
Let me finish. They don't argue whether or not the kings of Judah are historical and the kings of Judah actually happened. They don't argue if the kings of Israel. What they argue is that the prior to more David area, where it's the judges or the Exodus or the conquest, they argue whether or not that stuff is incorrect. And then you have to actually go and look at the scholars and see what they're saying. You can't just say, oh, I'm Google something real quick and say this is correct. You have to learn these arguments. You have to learn what these scholars is talking about. You got to study the Kenneth Kitchens, the David Rose, the Bob Yankees. You got to study their work and see what is the actual argument, and then you can determine. If you want the debate on that, you can get the smoke too.
Well, it's no smoke there. Ain't nothing but water with a fire put out in a myth. But my thing is this.
Say so.
Yeah, I know so. But anyway, you talk about I can't do that. I told you it was the short answer. So there again, you falsified, lied again. Then another thing, you sat there and said that the Bible has some type of chronology or history or they got a historical events. They only can go back to 800 when they was alive. They can't even go back further than they wasn't even here. What are you talking about? That's myth.
You sure about that?
Are you sure it's not?
Hey, stop. All you gotta do is line up the smoke, bro. That's all it is. I ain't. All you gotta do is line up the smoke.
Man. Hey, yo, they think you weak up in here, so everybody calling you out.
Line up the smoke.
Brother Gideon, Kassad, Apostle. God damn, they think you the weak link up in here.
I just got a question. Hey, I just got a question. The brother, what's his name, Rakufu?
Yeah.
Have you ever read the Journal of Ancient Chronology?
The Journal of who?
Yeah, you ain't never read it.
You didn't even say no. I just hear you kind of got like something in your mouth. I couldn't hear it.
Have you ever read the Journal of Ancient Chronology? Have you ever read these articles? It's all scholarly articles.
Chronology. Yeah, I'm familiar.
You read them? I name 4 scholars.
No, I read them. I'm familiar.
Oh, you familiar? Yeah, you ain't read them, bro. It's good. Okay. All you gotta do is line up the smoke, bro.
That don't matter though. When it comes,
all you gotta do is line up the smoke.
You can't tell me right here with a scholarly name or source I can go look up that says that Hebrews had a calendar before Egypt. You can't do that.
Bro, what is you talking about?
Adam and Eve and a woman coming out of a rib and laugh like it's real and deceive millions of people every day with that bullshit.
Bro, all you gotta do is line up the smoke. You talking about some Adam and Eve? We talking about actual historical.
Bro.
Oh, we're talking about actual historical counts. Did the Exodus happen? Did the conquest happen? This is actual historical evidence.
Can you line up a calendar older than bring us back to Adam and say it stops right there and prove that?
So you gonna switch the argument? It's cool, bro.
No,
you ain't ready.
We're talking about the Bible's calendar.
I'll even give you the biblical Exodus. I'll tell you that the Exodus happened, but it wasn't the biblical Exodus. Not the Exodus y'all describing that Bible didn't happen.
If you say so. Hey, like I said, Sar, I already want my debate with you, so we just got to set that up. And the brother Rakufu, if you want this chronology debate, you want to get beat up in front of everybody, come get it.
All right, and the title is this: the Bible will prove.
Come get this chronology debate, bro.
No, I got the title. Since you're talking, you want the smoke. The title is this: the Bible can prove that we have a calendar older than anybody's on earth because we were here first.
Only thing I know is these brothers been on sa.neter show for almost a year, and I ain't seen a presentation from nobody.
I'm kind of a presentation.
I ain't seen no presentations from nobody. All we do is talk.
Apostle going in now.
They don't debate nobody. They don't go up here and talk about nothing. Always want to argue and voice their opinion, but they ain't got nothing. And until you start walking, I don't want to hear your talking.
What wasn't it your friend Judah Nazareth that was on this channel? My brother Judah. That
I don't want to hear nothing about nobody else.
Brother, it was me and him in the ring. It was me and him in the ring. It was me and him in the ring. I said,
you keep talking, man, and you shut the fuck up, huh?
Judah Nazareth got
because the next thing you don't know, huh?
You want to talk to Judah? Go on over into his channel.
No, we did it on this channel.
No, but he ain't here now.
Done no.
He ain't here.
You know why?
I'm here.
Yeah, because I did a presentation.
I don't see nothing. I don't see nothing from the Suntan. I don't see nothing from Rockafu. I don't see nothing from King. I don't see nothing. Only thing I know about you is that you ran from me from Lions Den.
I ran up on.
Damn, Apostle accused you of running, bro.
You ran. Man. And make me, y'all jump on my younger brother here.
He said that.
Leave him alone, man.
Now we want you. You don't know nothing.
We don't.
All right, well, give me something.
You are
right
old
here.
shoe. You
Come
don't
on
know
right here,
nothing.
something.
You don't know nothing. You are old shoe. That's it. That's it.
And you ain't laced tightly.
You can't even tie it up.
What do you want, brother? I'm right here.
All right, yo, brother, thank y'all, man. I see y'all tomorrow. I got Divine Prospect. He will be in the building, sitting on the couch, live and direct. We got him. He will be here tomorrow at the House of Consciousness. And I'll put all of these topics up. If y'all have any questions y'all would like for me to ask him, I might go live and while he's sitting, I might bring him in front of y'all and let him and let him go in.
What time?
I don't know what time. With Devon, I gotta call him. I'm gonna try to make it as maybe right after my football game, man. Because I want to see the new rookie quarterback and how he do with the Giants. So they
you talking about Dark?
Yeah, they taking out the other brother. They like, yo, you got to fall back.
Right.
Yeah. So I want to see how he do.
Cowboys, right?
Huh?
They playing the Cowboys at night.
Yeah. No. Is they playing the Cowboys?
Yeah.
Oh man.
New York is playing the Cowboys.
Who do the Giants play tomorrow, Sunday?
Hey, Suntan.
Hold on, I said.
Suntan.
No, they play the Chargers, brother. The Chargers.
The Chargers, right? Okay,
Hey,
I'm wrong.
Did Suntan leave?
No.
Suntan, we got to smash them Browns tomorrow. Go Lions.
Oh, you know that's right.
I see you
got
at
Cleveland tomorrow.
Yeah, it'll be 1 o'clock your time. It'll be 10 o'clock my time. I'm on that.
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
The Browns gonna beat Detroit.
Yo, Kassar twin brother, he came up. Kassar got his twin up in here now.
Nah, hey, this is my laptop. I wanted to show something really quick before we got off, right?
All right.
Yeah. I'm just I'm gonna leave off the phone. I'm gonna go to the laptop. Okay.
Got you. All right, yeah, y'all. We about to close this thing out. Let me let Kassar get this thing off, and we're gonna go in.
Who is this Daryl Clemens?
I don't know, but Daryl Clemens don't want to leave a donation, man. He don't want to go visit the Cash App. It's Sharon Kassad. I see it.
Yeah, con. Y'all see it, right?
Yes,
Yep.
sir.
So, hey, brother Rakufa, when you ready to start actually reading scholarly articles where sources, and as you can see, this is the journey of ancient chronology. You know, this is actually real scholars where they actually have to source up work. When you actually start debating this type stuff and not reading off Google, you holler at me when you want this chronology debate. All right, bro. This is like I've been I've been on this. You see this?
But you still ain't. I didn't.
You see this?
Never
When you ready to get this,
Man, you read Google out, Rockapu.
That's what you
That's
call
all you do is Google.
Hey, bro, you ain't gotta talk over me, bro.
If you had it,
Yo, let him finish, Rakufu. You gotta let him talk, brother. He's talking.
You ain't gotta talk over me.
He hit me. He talking to me. So
Right.
you
gotta let him finish.
You talking over me, though.
Saying
You gotta finish. Ain't that what y'all say to me?
Okay. Go ahead, finish, Kassad, finish.
Yeah, so this is just one article. When you actually done read this and you done actually studied these scholars, if I tell you name 4 scholars on this chronology journal, you wouldn't even know you wouldn't even name one. So when you actually ready to talk real chronology and stuff, you can hop in the ring with me, but you gotta at least read some chronology, some actual work. You see this isn't just biblical stuff. No, this is Egypt here. You see right here, they talking about Ramesses. This is actually going into the chronology of ancient Egypt, ancient Israel, and their neighbors. So when you really ready to get this work, you can come holler at me. We ain't reading no Google this. We not reading some you can really quickly Google. This is real. This is real scholarly work right here. Okay. You understand? So when you ready, you can holler at me.
That's why I tell you.
You got the mic, brother.
Okay, so you hear that, Kassad? I don't just read Google. I read them for the short answers while we here to get a quick analysis of something. But yet I'm PhD'd up. I can go to my library and pull books right now that them articles are written from. So only thing I'm asking you is, I'm not disagreeing that Hebrews had a calendar. I'm asking you but based on the Bible's claim that they are the original people on earth from Adam, show me where you guys have a calendar to go all the way up to right now that y'all chain of command ain't nothing broke since the time your God put you here, and we came up under you, and we supposed to be
our calendar. Yo.
He's not talking to you, brother.
Kassad,
hey, but I wanted to give him.
Coach Kassad, when you want that smoke, I'll be right there waiting with my books ready to go.
I wanted to give him the right information so it can just stop. We use the moon and the sun. That's what our calendar is.
Hell no.
Wow.
Wow. The moon and the sun.
Wow. And I wonder where you learned that from. And I wonder where you learned that from. Because there was a people named the Dogons.
Hey, Chibaz, let me say this to you.
No, stop.
You're honest guy.
Stop. There was the Dogon people, Apostle, way before some goddamn Bible, man. That was reading the constellations and the stars and all of that. What are you talking about? I'm quite sure Kassad know that. Huh? You had the Twa people. What is he? Hey, Kassad.
The
what are you talking about, Kassad? What is the apostle talking about?
I guess he was just trying to explain. I don't know.
Yeah, trying to.
So
talking about now all of a sudden he reads the stars and all of that. I wonder where he get that from.
Yeah, let me respond to Henry Clark
said. I get it from the Bible.
All my unequals I teach, like John Henry Clark said. I don't debate my
verse 4. Verse 4, chapter 1. God said, "Let there be light," and there was light. And God saw the light and that it was good, and he divided the light from the darkness. And God called the light day, and the darkness he called night. And the evening and the morning were the first day. When you get down to the 4th day, he talked about the firmament and the stars and the sun and the moon. And he said, "Let them be for time and for seasons." We know the Sabbath by the moon, the new moon. That's how we tell time. That's how it was done in the beginning. But now today, we go by 7-day week calendar based on the Jewish calendar. All you got to do is read the Bible. And it talks about when the first year is. What's the first month of the year? Abib. What month is that? April.
Deuteronomy.
When do we know when Passover comes? Because of the sun, and the moon.
Yo, you know what, Apostle, man? I'm tired of you, man.
Yeah, okay, debate me then.
I beat you up already.
No, you didn't.
Already did it. Deuteronomy 4:19.
When you debate me,
Look up into
it's going to be without the pot.
the sun, moon, and stars. Do not be.
Hold on, brother. Hold on. I'm tired of you, Apostle. I'm gonna show you.
You tired of me.
I want you to tell me what this means, Apostle. I'm gonna show you a scripture.
Hey,
hold up, Elder Yara ain't here to help you on this one. He ain't here. Yeah, read this, Apostle, and tell me what it means. Just tell me. Don't do nothing else. Read.
All things were made by Christ. And without Christ,
scripture first, brother.
All things were made by him.
You gotta read. Who is it? You gotta read the title. Come on.
John 1:3.
Thank you.
All things were made by him, Christ. And without him was not anything made.
What does that mean?
It means everything you know that is made was made by Christ. Everything that exists, it exists by Christ and for Christ. Colossians 1.
So is Christ the Most High God?
No.
So who made everything? Did God make everything?
God,
or Christ?
God.
Listen, man. Listen.
I already know where you're going, man.
Because did God make all things or did Christ make all things? Which one?
God gave Christ the preeminence.
So all right, there you go. See, you dig a bigger hole. So are you telling me that God has partners now?
I'm saying God.
Does God Yahweh has partners, brother?
I say God gave Christ the preeminence.
Right. Right. So does God, the Yahweh has partners? Do he got partners?
No, that doesn't assume that he has partners.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't. That's in your mind.
Man, come on, brother.
No,
man,
no. Just don't say that.
Apostle, listen. If God give the power to Jesus to let him create all things, then that means he's creating a partner with him.
No,
Apostle, he got somebody else helping him to do it, man. This is common sense, man. Well, let me leave you alone and let me go over you now. Let me leave you alone, Apostle. Let me go over to a reasonable mind. Hold on, Rakufu.
Hold on, don't do that.
No, man.
Don't do that. You must be afraid of me.
I am afraid. I want to go to Kassad.
You must be afraid of me.
I want to ask Kassad. Yes, I am. I admit it. I'm afraid. All right, Kassad.
And don't
what does that mean? Apostle, I'm moving forward. What does this mean, Kassad? Read it. I can't hear you. You got to unmute. Go ahead, say it. Read it.
Yeah, John 1:3, it says all things were made by him, and without him was not anything that was made. Means that Christ made everything.
Right. Now, what about Yahweh? Did Yahweh make everything, or did Christ make everything?
Christ made actually the one who physically made it. Yahweh, the Father, gave him the instruction to do it.
Right. So does that mean that Yahweh has a partner here?
No, not to us. No, it means he has
not to y'all. I'm not talking about to y'all. I'm talking about to the Most High.
Well,
do the Most High works with people and set up things like that? Do he got a partner?
He used people, yeah.
He has authority. He tells people what to do. He's the
all right. So now when we go to the book of where he said, I create all these things, who is speaking in? Who is that talking about?
You gotta
I create good and I create evil. I, the Lord, create all these things.
You said it said the Lord. You talking
Right.
about Isaiah, the Lord.
So which one of these? Who's creating all this stuff, man?
So once again, you look at the Bible in its context. The Most High is the author of all things.
Right.
Underneath him, he has what you would call subordinate entities that have to follow what he tells them to do, and they follow out his command. So in the instance of Christ was told to do stuff, and he did it.
Can you show me where that's at in the Bible?
Yeah, it's throughout the entire Bible. So
Okay, all right, hold up. You ain't got to show me that. Okay. All right. All things were made by him, and without him was not anything made that was made. I'll ask you the question, Kassad. Is homosexuality a man-made thing?
It's not.
I'm talking to him, Apostle. Be quiet.
It's not.
Be quiet, Apostle. Please, man.
Yeah.
You keep talking, man. And you shut the fuck up. Huh? Because the next thing you don't know. Huh?
Thank you, Dick.
Let scripture say what it don't say, man.
Thank you, Dick Gregory. All right. Right back to Kassad. Is homosexuality man-made?
No, I don't say it's man-made.
So who made it then? God?
God created the concept of homosexuality.
Thank you, brother. Thank you, brother. Thank you, brother. You hear what he just said, Apostle?
Yeah.
No, I didn't hear.
He told the truth, man, where you've been running
he told the truth.
all this time, man.
Yeah.
Yes. God created the concept of homosexuality, brother.
How did he do that?
Ask Kassad.
No, I'm asking you.
He created straightness, right? You would say he created straightness, right?
He created neither one. Man created it.
He started with Benjamites.
Man chose or choose what in life he wants to do.
He started with the Benjamites.
Now, if he created homosexuality, he never would have made a male and a female.
Hold on. So he created a proper way to have what you would call sexual intercourse, right?
It's not listen.
Just answer.
It was still up
Just
to
answer
man.
the question, Apostle. You're wrong, man.
To decide how to conduct his life. What in life he wants, what in life he doesn't want. It's just not homosexuality, it's bestiality.
Okay.
Did he create you having sex with an animal?
Sometimes you got to put a pause there. This
With an
dude.
animal? Did God create that?
Question outside. Let me know when I can speak.
Let him. Apostle. So God created the proper way to have what you would call sexual intercourse, correct? He gave us instructions on the proper way to do things, right?
Yes, go ahead. Don't ask him a question. Just speak, brother. Go ahead.
That means in byproduct, he created the improper way to do things. If he created the proper way to do things, he created an improper way to do things.
Woo! Go ahead, bro.
And plus, he said he's the author of good.
I would have to correct you. He created the proper intent of the way we ought to live our lives.
So
he did not create
proper intent.
He did not create. Homosexuality is an action.
Wow.
Homosexuality, bestiality, these are sins. We happen to be a drug addict is a sin. He didn't create drug addicts.
Well, he created the drug. What the hell are you talking about?
He created the drug. Man created drug.
See? He didn't create the cocaine. Hey, yo, listen, Apostle, you sounding stupid. Did God create the cocoa leaf? Yes. What are you talking about, man? Come on, bro.
It's not man-made.
It's not what God made. It's what you choose to do with it.
Oh, now look at him now. Did God create cocaine?
No. Man creates cocaine.
So man got a
now,
power.
how stupid are you?
I got you.
How stupid are you?
Stop.
That sounds stupid.
Real quick. So can I ask you a question?
Because you say God created cocaine. That sounds real stupid.
Okay.
How? When God created everything.
Man created it in a laboratory.
Now, Sa, hear me
So
out.
Cain is created.
Hear me out on this.
Watch this. Hold on, Rakufu.
Now, real stupid. Are you admitting how wrong you are?
No, I'm not wrong, because watch how I crack it on. Watch how I crack your nugget right now. Did God create the mind of man in order to create? Yes. He created the mind of man. He put the ability of man in the mind in there.
That's how desperate you are. You changing the subject, moving the goalposts.
Rakufu.
Okay, my question to you was this: if everybody on the earth, all the cultures, this is to Kasai too, if all the cultures and that the Bible was bringing something unique and above all of what we was talking about, how come does it say? And it's like again a short answer from Google. Does God say the sun rises in the Bible? Right. So now this is something Google can't answer according to Kasai and them. See how he shakes his head and all that. But watch this. It says yes, the Bible contains many passages that describe the sun as rising or setting. And in Psalms 19:4-6, the sun rises at one end of the heavens and makes its circuit to the other. The sun don't make no circuits. So it was nothing real. It was a man. Their God is a man that's busted.
Okay.
La-di-da, la-di-da, la-la, la-di-da.
Young Tam, what's up, brother?
I just want to say something to my man Kasai. Hey Kasai, and I know you honest in your scholarship. How did Jacob, because he had a blessing that intended for him, how did Jacob get that blessing?
Uh-oh.
I'm asking Kasai.
Kasai.
Him wrestling with the angel, correct?
Greco-Roman wrestling.
Yeah.
No.
Apostle, he's talking to Hun, brother. Please.
Yeah, I'm correcting it.
I appreciate you, Kasai, because that's what I grew up reading and knowing. I don't need nobody telling me nothing extra. He wrestled with an angel.
Didn't sell him the blessing.
He wrestled with an angel.
Didn't sell him the blessing.
Man, this guy here, hey, Si, I had enough of him, man. This guy's he just delinquent. You're a delinquent.
Oh man, this is the dude we love to hate, though, man.
Did Esau not sell his blessing?
Hey, Apostle, man, you that nigga we love to hate.
No. Did Esau not sell the blessing before Jacob wrestled with an angel?
All right, let me answer you. The reason why he did that, Apostle, was because he had to save his life. He had to save his life. He was dying. He was dying of starvation. So you would give up $1 million, Apostle, if you had it. Listen, you want the answer? See, Apostle can't take the answer. What happened is that was some wicked shit that his brother did to him. And Rebecca. Rebecca's a wicked ass motherfucking bitch. She was wicked for doing that shit to him, because here's a man who went out hunting and he came back with no goods and he was starving. He was hungry and he asked his goddamn punk ass brother for something to eat. And his brother said, well, give me this. If you give me that, I'll give you something to eat. So if you had $1 million in your pocket, Apostle, and you're getting ready to die, you will give me that $1 million just to get something to keep you living. And that's what he did, brother. Simple as that. He did some wicked shit to his brother, and you can't even admit it. You can't even admit it.
He want to add to it. That's all.
You are a liar. The Bible don't say that. Show it to me in the Bible where he was dying from hunger. He needed something to eat.
Can you get it and read it?
He's a grown ass man, and he can't go.
Kasai, can you get it and read it? See, he was a soldier. He was the one that was a warrior.
He wasn't no damn soldier.
The other one was in the house, staying like a bitch.
Stop. You know who the bitch is, Si? The one that can't tell the story straight.
Read it. Read it. Hold on, Kasai getting ready to read it. Watch this.
These Kasai's are
You
honest.
want the story of Jacob and Esau with the food?
Yes.
All right.
It's selling the birthright.
Okay. I'm gonna just do it on Google. I'm just pull it up on Google real quick.
Now watch this, Apostle. Being that you said I'm wrong, we're gonna see if I'm wrong.
You put it the way it came to us.
Right.
So this is from Genesis 25, verses 29. And I'm gonna switch to the KJV real quick. I'm just switching to the KJV real quick.
Thank you, I'm Rob McCarthy. Shout out to you, peace, brother. Damn, I'm glad you back, Apostle. I really miss you, Apostle, man. I am really glad you
bring
back.
life to the party.
Right, man. Damn, I missed the hell out of you, Apostle.
So, you want me to share the screen or you just want me to read it?
You can read it. Just read it.
Okay, I got you. This is Genesis 25 and verse 29. And it says this. It says, and Jacob sought pottage, and Esau came from the field, and he was faint. And Esau said to Jacob, feed me, I pray thee, with that same red pottage, for I am faint. Therefore was his name called Edom.
All right,
and
stop,
Jacob
stop. What does the word faint mean in Hebrew?
I believe it means exhausted. Like
exhausted.
Okay. Oh, I'm not talking to you, Apostle, because you already.
Well, it don't matter whether you're talking to me or what.
You already proved that you can't be honest and you tell the truth. So I'm not talking to you.
So after this is going to prove that you can't be honest.
All right, go ahead, Kassad. Read, brother.
Verse 31, it says, and Jacob said, sell me this day thy birthright. And Esau said, behold, I am at the point to die. And what
hold up. Stop. What did he say?
He said he was at the point.
Man, I got to put you in the back. What did he say, Kassad?
Man, that nigga crazy.
Verse 32. It says, and Esau said, behold, I am at the point to die. And what?
No. He said, I'm at the point to go hang out. What did he say?
Oh, okay. I thought I was going to say, no, that ain't what he said. 32.
What did he say?
He said, behold, I am at the point to die. And what profit shall this birthright do to me?
Thank you. Stop right there. Stop, brother. The man that, he said I lied. See, I knew the story without even reading the goddamn thing. He said that I'm about to die. And so I asked the Apostle, even if you had $1 million and you was about to die, Apostle, you would give me that $1 million to get this goddamn pill.
Right.
Stay alive. So he had no choice. This man was starving. He was about to die. So they tricked him out of the goddamn shit. That's all. And sometimes you got to be truth and honest with it, man. When the book is saying one thing, you still trying to fucking lie about it. Right. Go ahead, continue to read. What else?
Verse 33. And Jacob said, swear to me this day. And he swore unto him. And he sold his birthright unto Jacob.
To his brother. Now, was that some wicked shit, Kassad? Or was it good? Was that wicked what his brother did to him?
Nah.
That wasn't wicked?
Nah.
Wow. Damn, man.
You condone the actions of his brother, watching his other brother starve to death.
Right, and all he wanted was some food, and you saying that you condone that, brother?
You right with that?
It was greed involved.
Oh, my God. It was meant for him to have, bro. The father gave it to him.
Right.
No, the father didn't give it to him.
Continue to read, brother. Continue. God damn.
Honest, man. That's all.
Yeah.
My eye over there.
That damn.
Yeah, they don't deal with my eye at all, man.
Pastor will pee on your back and tell you it's raining.
Right. That's you're right. You see, Apostle ran. He ran when he heard him say, I'm dying.
Right.
Apostle got up out of here, boy.
Asar, I mean, not Asar, Asar. 1 second, Asar. Help me with this. Ecclesiastes 1:5. The sun rises and the sun sets and hurries back to where it rises again. So, no, look at him. He's trying to get it in. I knew it. But anyway, Asar. So my question is this. Who is saying that, Asar? Because it took a white boy 2,000 years later, named Copernicus, to say the sun never rises, it sets still, and we go around it in rotation. So as we turn, it looks like it's going up, like it's rising, but it's not. We just turn. So their God didn't know the God. This is superior.
All right, but you moving the goalpost. We got his man pinned. We got him pinned right here. So you saying that the birthright was never meant for Jacob? You saying?
No, that's not what I'm saying. You said that. The birthright was always meant to go to Jacob.
Oh, well, that, brother, you hold on, man.
I guess he misunderstood.
The birthright was always supposed to go to Jacob. The Lord came and told Rebekah when they were born that the older is going to serve the younger one. The father didn't know that. The father in the inheritance, they naturally give it to the oldest son, but it was never supposed to go to Esau. So Jacob and his mother knew it was always supposed to go to him. So he's like, "You want something from me?"
Esau was never supposed to have it.
Correct.
But the father gave it to Esau.
No, he didn't. He didn't give it to him. He was going to give it to him.
Brother, the father got mad at him for selling it. He said, "You gave up your birthright. You gave it to your brother." He's saying all of this.
He didn't get mad. So, this is in Genesis 27, right? When he tried to go get the blessing, he said, I already gave it to your brother. He didn't get mad at him. So if you go back just a little bit, right? When the brothers were fighting in their mother's womb, he asked, why was this? And it was because there's two different manner of people. The older was always supposed to serve the younger, which is Esau was always supposed to serve.
So
Jacob.
Esau is what? Do you say Esau the white man too?
Indeed.
So let me ask you a question. Are you who your father is?
Yeah.
Who was his father?
His father was Abraham.
No. No, it wasn't.
Abraham. Oh, Isaac.
Thank you. All right. Was Isaac original man?
What you mean?
When I say original, I want to say Hebrew. I want to say black. Was Isaac yes.
Okay, yeah.
So if you are what your father is, and he used his sperm to impregnate Rebecca, how could he be a white man if you going by the term that you are what your father is?
Right. So this is where you get it confused at, right?
Yeah, help me out.
Isaac isn't an Israelite. They're all Hebrews. So Esau is a Hebrew, Ishmael is a Hebrew, Israel is Hebrew.
Right.
They're all Hebrews.
Right, and the Hebrew impregnated Rebecca.
They're all still Esau is a Hebrew.
Right. Come on, help me out.
The line of Esau or the Edomites.
Right. So how is he a white man? That's what I'm asking you.
Right. So if you go into the history, right, there are several different scriptures that talks about, for one, his appearance is different than the rest of everyone else's appearance.
It don't matter, man.
So
look. Listen to me right quick. Listen to me right quick. I have twins. One came out red, and one came out with my complexion. They still goddamn black. They still my child. They still from my seed. One came out red with red hair, and the other one came out like me. One is light skin with red hair, the boy, Asante. In Africa is like my complexion. So what are you talking about?
Yeah, let me finish. So
yeah,
actual being like a black person isn't an actual thing. They go by their fucking they go by their nations and their lineage. So being black is just a common thing. It's not, oh, I'm black as in the way we identify as being black. It's just they're a person of color. They're just
right. So I'm asking you, how is he a white man if his father is black, brother?
I'm explaining to you. All right. Esau was a different complexion than his father was. He was a different. That's why he's the only person that get described in this way.
Even if he would have came out albino, he still would be considered you are what your father is.
Yeah, he's a Hebrew. I never said that.
All right. Come on.
Right.
So how is Esau the white man?
And identify with black as an actual, that's your nationality. Black isn't the nationality. That's just the description of how someone looks.
How is he a white man, brother? That's what I'm asking you, brother.
Okay, so if you go into the history, right, throughout the Bible, there's different prophecies. It talks about the Rome being the last kingdom, and then the descendancy coming from Rome, right? That's speaking about Esau. If you go into Second Ezra, it says Esau is the end of the world, and Jacob is the beginning thereof. That same kingdom is talked about in Daniel, which comes from Rome. Rome in Greekdom, those are what you would call white people. That same kingdom.
It'd be all right if you just say, you know what? I don't know, brother. You got me on that. Because you're explaining everything but the question I asked you. How is Esau the white man when his father is black? That's all I'm asking you. You can't use that you are what your father is no more if you're going to say that, brother. Because guess why? Isaac used the sperm that came from his sack. and he put it in Rebecca
Mm-hmm.
and fertilized that egg. It wasn't no white man there at that time. He screwed Rebecca. He bust off in her.
Okay.
Right? So if you are what your father is, which you say you agree, how is he a European? How is he a white man?
I was explaining that to you.
Because the white man didn't come yet. Didn't the white man come about through Ham, Shem, and Japheth? Which one brought the white man on the planet?
None of them brought like.
Yeah. See what I'm saying? Do y'all see what I'm going? You see where I'm going?
Now you've been doing some studying, ain't you?
Come on, man. Come on, bro.
Let me say something really quickly. If you would say so, Ham, Shem, and Japheth, they all got the same father, right? Noah.
Yes.
So
So that's why the scripture stuff is crazy.
Hold on. So you want to say whether you want to say Japheth is the white man, you still would have to say he came from somebody that's a person of color. Because Ham produced other people of color, correct? So all you're doing is swapping out a different person with still the same explanation as me. Except my explanation is rooted in prophecy, is rooted in the history. Because there's literally scriptures where it talks about the Greeks saying we got the same descendancy through Abraham. None of Abraham's descendants are related to the Greeks. If you go into the book of
Hey, I want you to look at the chat right quick.
Hold on.
Family, have Kassad made any sense? Did he break it down? Did he answer my question, y'all? Yes or no? Look in the chat, brother. You can't get around it. You see the brother right there, JB official. He said they can't get around this. Y'all can't answer that question. You're doing everything but answering the question. How is he a white man if his father black and you are what your father is?
I'm going to show you something really quickly, right? So this is from the editions of Esther 16 and 10, right?
You know how long I've been beating Tazariak up on this, man?
If you say so.
A long time, bro.
It says this, right? It says for Ammon, which if you go into the Bible, Ammon is a descendant of Esau. Literally, he's an Edomite.
Got a point, man.
It says for Ammon, a Macedonian, the son of Amadatha. Why is an Edomite been called a Macedonian?
I don't know.
Macedonians, which are the Greeks and stuff, they're white people, correct?
I don't know.
They are.
I don't know, brother.
Alexander the Great. Alexander the Great will be considered a white person. He's the person that started the Greeks when they conquered everything.
No, he didn't start the Greeks.
I said when they conquered everything, he was the ruler.
Okay.
Right. Chill. So why is this Edomite literally been called a Macedonian if they're not white people? That's what I'm saying, Si. You confusing a person of color, right? Someone just being dark skinned as in being black as a nationality.
Well, you still haven't proved that he's a white man. You haven't proved that.
You can answer my question about him being a Macedonian.
No,
because the Greeks was originally black. So how does Alexander
descendant of Esau called a Macedonian?
I'm just wondering, how did you give what's the name to credit Alexander when it says, was the Greeks originally black? Yes, there's strong historical and archaeological evidence that the ancient Greeks, especially in the early periods, were indigenous Mediterranean Africans with darker skin tones. So how did you give them to Alexander, the white, blue-eyed, blonde-haired man?
Yeah, so if you was listening, I was talking about when the Greeks start conquering, he was the ruler of them. He's the one that kicked off that Greek empire of them ruling everything. He was considered a Macedonian.
I stand corrected.
Thank you. And that's why I'm trying to tell him the connection between Esau and the quote-unquote white men who became the Greeks, the Romans, and all them. You got to know the prophecy. You got to know the history. Esau migrated to that area and conquered them people. That's why in the scriptures they call Esau a Macedonian.
Okay. I ain't argue. I'm corrected on what you said about the conquering part, so I don't know about the other part. That's you and Sa.
All right, thank you, brother. And so with that,
where did Pastor go?
Oh, he ran when he read that part about.
I thought you put him in the back. He just ran.
No. Yeah, he ran when he heard that part about he was dying. He said, "Oh, I'm out of here."
Oh hell no.
Yeah, he gone. He ghost.
I thought you put him in the back.
Nah, he jetted. But anyway, peace, everybody. Thank y'all for coming in.
When we can set up me and the Sar,
oh yeah. What's up, Assad? Let me end the show and we're gonna talk in the back chat.
Peace to the fam.
Peace, y'all.